Hello, Michelle. I think you're muted, Michelle.
Yeah. Hey, Jerry.
Hi. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Christian.
How you doing, Mark?
Hi. I just realized I didn't do a roll call vote sheet, so. But usually Sarah and Julian have that covered, so.
Yeah, I think Julian, but I'll see. I was going to take notes tonight and he was going to count, I think. So I'll see what he's up to.
Okay.
Who's on 305482?
Okay. I'm going to go broadcast now. So we are recording and we are live streaming. And that should allow our attendees to join us in the meeting. Meanwhile, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for being on time. So.
please promote Paul Fisher to a panelist?
Oh, there he is. Yes, thanks. Oh, and that reminds me. Christian, would you mind being a co-host tonight? Okay. Let me just make sure. Is there anybody else among the attendees who, I'm not sure who the two phone callers in are, so I'm going to allow them to talk.
Let's ask them to identify themselves.
Yes, could you tell us who you are, please? I'm sorry, 914 something 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 891. Who are you? Okay, anonymous. And then 203 something 935. Can you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, Kate Rockwell. I just live in the neighborhood and I'm curious.
That's great. Thanks for joining us. I'm just going to rename you. Is it Kate with a C or a K?
K.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I see 40 participants, and that tells me we have a quorum. Do my secretaries agree? I see Sarah nodding. Is Sarah doing the minutes tonight, or is Julian?
I'm doing the minutes, and Julian, I think, is going to do the counting.
Thank you very much. So welcome to Community Board 7's July 2020 meeting. Thank you all for being here and for being on time. Pursuant to our decisions at steering the last couple of months, we have, I guess it's no longer a new thing, but we are starting with our business session. So I will withhold most of my chair's report until the public session. The one thing I will announce for folks, which I put in my email to you today, but in case it wasn't opened or accessible, there are a couple of items on the agenda which may very well generate some public comment and may very well generate some intra-board discussion. In order to make a little bit more efficient use of our time, I'm going to ask everyone to speak only once on every topic. You can speak, of course, multiple resolutions, but only once per resolution, please. So please gather your thoughts when you raise your hand and share everything at once so we can avoid a back and forth. I'm going to ask our committee chairs as they're presenting the resolutions to enforce that, and I'll be here, of course, as well. That is my only top of the meeting note. And so without further ado, I'm going to ask the BCI committee to introduce resolution number 1. And I believe we also have an announcement after that. Thank you.
Okay. Christian?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Okay. So yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we only had one, application, and it was really more of a transfer. It's 50 West 72nd Street. It's been there for quite some time. Now it's called Lily's Cocktail and Wine Bar. It was presented by the owner, Mr. Alada, and he was one of 3 owners. He is now the only owner, hence that's why they had to, that was why he had to come back to us as if it were a new application, because ostensibly it is, but it's a longtime owner.
Okay. Any questions or anything like that? Are we ready to call the question?
All right. All those in favor?
Very good. So if you would please, when voting, if you can use the blue hand, please use it. Some of us can't because we're that's disabled for us, so I'm voting yes.
Paul Fisher, if you hear me, you can put your vote on the chat.
Oh, and I'm sorry, somewhere in here, I gotta find her. Polly Spain had dental surgery today and is not able to be seen on camera. So I'm gonna ask your indulgence to record her vote as a text or in the chat.
Mark, she's on video.
She is. Whereabouts? Let me find her. Thank you.
From my screen, she's right under. Hi, Polly.
Yes. Okay, so Polly, I'm sorry, I don't see Polly, so somebody tell me how she's voting.
She's voting her hand up.
Very good, okay. So
Yeah.
I see 27 hands plus Mark, Michelle, although on Polly is, hi Polly, great. Now I see Polly.
And Audrey?
Audrey is, that's 4. Any other physical hands?
Doug McGowan is a hand.
Is 5. Paige is 6.
Shelley?
Peter Sampson is 7.
Are we physically doing
Richard
it?
Ash.
Doug Kleiman is 8.
Myself, Mark.
Christian is 9. So
Shelley.
Okay.
I have 28 plus 9 is 37. Do
You
you have
get
that?
Richard
Mark.
Ash. Can you hear
Richard
me?
Ash is, oh, thank you. Richard Ash is 38.
Shelley
Hi,
Klein.
Richard. That's 28, Richard.
Shelley Fine is 39. Any others that I missed?
Yes.
Louisa.
Mark, can you repeat the question again? I had to step away for a moment.
We
Sure
called the
thing.
question
This
on
is
an application.
Thank you, Robert. We were calling the question on resolution number 1, which is a what is it? It's a
Sidewalk Cafe.
sidewalk cafe it's effectively a renewal, but it's a change in ownership.
That's enough. I'm for it.
Very good.
Okay.
Did you call
all
Andrew
of them.
Ritchie?
Mark,
So-
it's Louise. I'm voting yes.
Thank you. So let me take the physical hands. Just leave your blue hand up if you will, please. And all those voting yes who are physical hands, please raise your hand now. I've got, let me see, on this page I have Paige Cowley, Peter Sampton, Doug Kleiman. On this page, Amy Hyman. Oh, Amy, you can't vote twice. So that's 3 on this page. Myself is 4. Richard Ash is 5. Shelley is 6. Christian is 7. Andrew Ridgey is 8. Robert SBA is 9. Is there anybody whose name I have now not called?
Louisa.
Do you want physical
Louisa.
hands or do you want,
10.
Only for people who can't use the raise hand feature.
That's
okay.
right.
Thanks,
I'm
Sarah.
I'm sorry,
Thank
can you tell me which resolution this is? I'm sorry, I just arrived.
Susan,
Number
it's
1.
the first one.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mark, I told you before, I'm voting yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I have 11 plus 30 is 41. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. We're going to go. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mark had asked me to, I spoke to Mark and Andrew Ridgey earlier.
Hang on. We have to take, I'm sorry. We have to take the no and the,
Oh,
I
sorry,
think that's everybody, but all right. So please put your hands down.
my bad.
Okay. Hands are down. I thought hands are down. Come on, go down. Okay. Anybody voting no? Gesundheit. Anybody voting no? I don't see anybody. Do you?
FEMA? Oh,
Is there
there.
anybody abstaining?
Sorry, I just had a hard time getting my hand down.
No worries.
That's okay. And is anyone ineligible for cause? So I have 41 to 0 to 0 to 0. Is that what you have, Gav?
I think
Julian
we
and
have,
Sarah?
I'm checking the list that we have, and I think we have 14 people who voted by physical hand.
So that's 44?
I believe so, yes.
So, okay, so it's
I think
40
Sarah's double checking just to make sure.
Very good.
Do it again.
The
I have
resolution,
13 that voted by
Oh,
physical hand.
It's 13 then. Yeah,
thank you. So it's 43 to 0 to 0 to 0. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. And then BCI had an announcement that they wanted to make.
Yeah, there've been some really outrageous things
You're
happening
freezing
with,
again.
as you know, with the opening of the curbside, the open cafes and the curbside seating. So we've all been, especially Andrew, but we've all been hearing from different restaurateurs, different restaurant owners that they've had visits from multiple agencies. DOB came to Joanne's today. DEP has come. DOT, they're making it up as they go along. Now, according to Pete Wells, on Saturday, I sent that to all of BCI. It's 36, the barriers have to be 36 inches high and 18 inches wide, which was not the case when they originally rolled it out. And that means, and they're giving a lot of these restaurant owners 24 hours to put up new barriers, to have them constructed. Thousands of dollars at a time when our restaurants are trying to survive. So
Actually,
tomorrow night,
Actually, Linda, just a
Yeah.
correction. That
Yeah.
was the case originally, but only on roads where there were more than 2 traffic lanes.
right,
On roads that there were 2 or less traffic lanes, there could have been something different, and that's what they changed.
that's what, right. So it didn't apply, it applied to a very, a smaller subset. But now it's applicable to all of them. So here's the thing. Tomorrow night, in our new business meeting, and you're all welcome to join us, we're going to discuss this and write a letter to DOT saying what you're doing is punitive and not acceptable, and you're really hurting the restaurants when they need your help the most. So that's basically the gist of it, and I just wanted to invite everybody to join us
Very good.
if you'd like to. And that was the big announcement.
Thank you. And this is a
Mark?
matter, thank you. This is a matter that I believe we can handle by a letter, since our resolution in support of this work was so robust. There's room in that letter for a follow-up on this magnitude. So that's our goal for this going forward. Any questions on that, or shall we continue?
Robert has.
Robert, go right ahead.
It's not a question, but it's a comment, and it's a very good thing to me. And I certainly don't want to add to the woes of restaurants, given the behavior by the city agencies. But you'll notice that the restaurants are throwing their tables out, and Linda's quite right. They're out for survival. But to me, it's a very beautiful thing. They're throwing their tables out to the curb, and what turns out to be a very beneficial collateral benefit of the bike lanes is that it creates a buffer between the tables that are at the edge of the curb and traffic. And they're able to put more tables out without endangering diners. And it just looks nice, because I'm all for the outdoor look. And so that I don't know how we rein in DOB's and the other agencies' behavior, but Linda, they have to really understand that not only are they restraining trade by their behavior, but to me, this outdoor dining is a beautification program inadvertently, and I love it. My favorite restaurants are outside, and they're at the curb. And because I was wondering how they're going to make money by putting 3 or 4 tables with distancing outside. But no, they're surviving. They're putting tables, as many tables as they can.
They're not making money, Robert. They're surviving.
And they're still not making money. They're surviving. And if you're going to retrench that kind of exposure that they're engaged in, then you're killing them. So I just wanted to go on record with that comment.
Actually, Robert, one correction. They're seating the bike lane. It doesn't act as a buffer for them. They still have to put their tables on the parking lane, which is next to the travel lane.
No. The bike lane adds a buffer because they don't have to worry about parking cars. They don't have to worry about cars that are making a turn.
They have to worry about their getting hit by a bike.
Guys,
hit
we're
by
way
a bus,
off
hit
topic
by
here.
a car. So there's no correction there.
Okay, we're off topic.
This
Robert,
is a great conversation for tomorrow night at BCI. I encourage everybody to attend and that. But I'd like to move our agenda now on to resolution number 2.
Why don't we curb this discussion?
Okay, Shelley. Shelley's on. We know.
I'm sorry, Shelley has to get back in his lane.
Shelley's.
Enough. Help.
No, here we go. So the next up, let's go, guys.
Mark, one last point before.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
The voting. Paul Fisher voted yes on the chat for the previous resolution.
Thank you. Unless I hear objection, I'm going to record that vote. That gives us 44 to 0 to 0 to 0. And I thank you for that. And now we turn to YEL.
Well, we've got quite the spicy crowd today, so we'll keep things going. Mark, the one question that I asked, can you pull up the resolution possibly as I sort of give more of a background?
I will do my best. Why don't you start and I'll go there.
Great. So I thought instead of giving just kind of reading the resolution, I wanted to give a little bit of background to it. Maybe just talk a little bit about YEL in general. I know that there were some earlier in the month, some board-wide conversations, and I wanted just to maybe clarify and protect some of those and just the work we've done. Just quickly, since the pandemic hit, look, the YL, which is youth education and libraries, has been hyper focused on youth. It is obviously one of our most vulnerable groups. And as a parent, not that you have to be a parent to be passionate about it, but I have a particular interest. We've been very focused on overall health and well-being. We've been very focused on educational needs that would include after-school programs. And certainly we've been very focused on getting the correct program and support this summer and then going into the year. We've had multiple meetings about this, some great speakers, including Heldon Rosenthal, a local congressperson, Kim Watkins from the CEC, several CBOs, and that includes Goddard River Center, which is obviously one that we all know. So there's been tremendous local feedback and great community support. And during that work, there has been tremendous work out into the community. So there's been 4 specific messages that went out. Earlier in April, we sent a letter from CB7 specifically talking about the summer youth, the SYEP program, because we felt it was needed and we wanted to get it out immediately. We are aware of the resolution that was very focused on educational needs last month. We have a second resolution that you guys are looking at now that is much more broader around programs and around that well-being. And then we did put out a letter last week because we wanted to get it in before the budget. Mark was always very kind to put that together. The good news of all of that is that, sort of the post haste is that funding has come through. So a lot of the stuff, even though that this is a very important resolution, a lot of the things have come to fruition that we've been advocating. It seems as if the summer youth program will be funded. Many of the after school programs look like they're going to be funded as well. So there'll be some final details. And if anyone saw today, it looks like daycares now are going to be open. So I think the work that we've done as a community board has been heard, and it looks like that there has been certainly some work being done. With that, this particular resolution builds on that work. It is very funded on youth programs, very focused on DYCD and the particular programs coming out of this. The resolution you see specifically talks of programs such as the Compass, Beacon, Cornerstone, and summer programs, which are a series of sort of after-school programs and/or summer programs. Everything that we do at youth has an equity base, and there's always concerns how finances and our youth and equity is a part of it. So that's in the resolution as well. We specifically talk about the CBO needs and some of the challenges that we're having. And then we resolve at the end. The last part of it is I'll just focus on the last. Therefore, we resolve that Community Board 7 Manhattan calls on the mayor and the city council to restore and preserve funding for the DYCD programs such as Compass, SONYC, Beacon, Cornerstone, Summer Evenings, SYAP to adapt the realities of COVID-19 protocols, which is a quick summary of a very eloquent resolution that, as always, Mark Diller helped us write. Blanche, anything that you want to add to that before we ask any questions or answer any questions? Blanche, you'd have to unmute yourself, which is sometimes a challenge.
Stephen, I'm seeing a couple of raised hands, so.
Okay, so why don't we go around and then Blanche, I certainly want to just take a moment and thank Blanche, who put together the last meeting herself, and I was a bystander, so I wanted to give her a chance to speak in. But hands, certainly let's go around and ask for any hands.
Steve, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you, Blanche.
Yeah, I think, Blanche, we can hear you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to speak, Blanche?
Well, you went around, so let's hear questions.
No, Blanche. Technically wise, you're in, so why don't you speak now?
Okay, fine. Thank you. Well, you had the resolution in front of you. The DYCD did not get all the funds it asked for. I won't give the percentage of funds it got, but they're still negotiating for an increase. And I will say to everyone that the director of the DYCD will be at YEL at our September 17th meeting, and you are all involved. You're all invited. He will be able to spell out more of what DYCD can do with the funds it got and how it hopes to add additional amounts and where from. One of the things I will note is that the SYEP was one of the big concerns of the entire board. And at our 2 meetings ago, I think it was mentioned that this whole question of testing with the corona, testing and follow-up with the coronavirus, they would need staffing. And I mentioned it to the director of DYCD, if this is something that the SYEP, some of the selected youngsters could do. And he said that they had had similar thoughts, and they had approached health and hospitals to see if some of the SYEP youngsters, they're not all teens, could maybe fulfill some of that requirement. So they're working on that. He also added that 50% of the DYCD funding is for programs that are school-based. So that makes it an additional problem, again, depending on the state of our schools come September. But I would just invite all of you to be at our September 17th meeting, and we can ask the director our questions at that time. Any questions from any of you in our Zoom gathering, I will try to answer.
Great.
So how about Blanche? I'll ask around and you stay, you keep yourself on, your microphone on, you can add in. So I have Arena first. I want to go Arena, Clary, then Amy. I see 3 hands.
The point of clarification is this, is there any room for a friendly amendment or is this final?
We're friendly people, so we're always, you know, if it's a welcome friendly amendment from a friendly person, we're all ears.
It's just 4 words.
Well, you're smiling, so I assume it's friendly.
Yeah,
so.
Yes,
Michael's a very friendly group. We're not conflictual at all. I just want you
It's
to.
friendly, Blanche. So
okay.
in your paragraph, in the paragraph beginning with leaving our most vulnerable children, I wonder at the end where you have and make them easy prey for recruitment by gangs, comma, and susceptible to gun violence.
I have
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that as well.
Thank you.
Mark, do you want me to take those votes or do you want to take them at your level?
That one I can do.
Okay. I have to, I think we said, Clary, do you have something? My view is a little funky now, but here. I got it. Mark, I'm going to need you to help me because my screen.
Clary and Amy have their hands up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Am I next?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So these are, you know, we all care a lot about these programs and it's important to us and our community and great that the funding has substantially already been restored in the budget negotiations. But my question is, there seems to be a tension in our procedures between singling out these programs with a special resolution asking for money in the New York City budget, a tension between that and our budget priority process where we list and evaluate and ultimately rank after a lot of discussion, of course, lively discussion, both capital and expense budget priorities from many agencies and across many subject matters. The resolutions coming on tonight, and particularly the one for funding on the MTA, is different because it's not asking for New York City budget money. It's asking for somebody else's money from New York City. But this one is directed to the city budget. And it just seems to me there's a tension between what we're going to be doing in the next few months of looking at, describing, and ultimately ranking and making our choices on all New York City budget items in our budget priorities, I see a tension between that and right now saying, hey, we want New York City money for this, but kind of just singles it out in a special way, meritorious though it is.
I'm not sure if if that's a question or a comment. I can just certainly say that, at number one, we're going to be doing what we are going to submit. We have already made a conversation within YEL that a lot of this will be part of what will be new in terms of our district need statements and the work that we're going to be doing. So I don't know if that eases the tension or necessarily does that. And I don't know if there's an answer other than, we're advocating what we think is important from a YEL perspective and pointing out different programs that came during our discussions. We could certainly look at over the next couple months how this can be, brought into that. I don't know, Mark, if you have something else you'd want to add as well.
I do, because
but that's the best answer I got.
It's a good answer, but I think I can add to it in that the programs that this resolution seeks to preserve funding for, please forgive the grammar of that sentence, the programs that are the subject of this resolution are also the subject of budget priorities, but that we voted on last year. They are different because at the time that we voted on them, no one had an inkling that COVID would happen, that the economy would shut down, that there would be a $9 billion budget gap or revenue gap. And therefore, to the extent that we were advocating for these things, we were advocating for them to increase modestly or stay the same. And here we are trying to preserve their very lives. So the whole notion of how this fits into, and the same could be said, by the way, for the SYEP, which we actually advocated for in a letter because of the budget priorities were so on point. Here, they're not as on point. So the advocacy here took on a different framework. And there was also a will within the YEL committee to address these issues. So it is different than saying, in my view, that there were these programs that weren't considered last year as part of the DNS that are now being resurrected at the last minute. It is a different, it is not as much in contravention of that process, and it is entirely due to unforeseen circumstances.
Clary, could I just add, the programs that are mentioned in the resolution, as it says, are such as, they are examples of programs. There are others that will be included in the district need statement.
Okay, I mean, I'll just be really fast. I appreciate everybody's thoughtful and courteous answers, but I don't see any difference here. These very important items and many, many other items in our budget priorities last year and coming forward that also have suffered from COVID and suffering from cuts and suffering from the lack of city money. So I don't find any of those answers personally persuasive, but I guess it was still more of a comment than a question.
Well, I guess I'm at a loss to know what the point is. Are you saying that they are not worthy of consideration in a resolution?
No, not at all. They're very good programs. They're very worthy of consideration. They're very important. I just don't see singling out any particular set of programs, whatever they may be, from our budget priority process that considers everything. But
as I said, they were included in the resolution as examples, such as. There were not exclusively these programs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we can go on. Ethel, I do see your hand raised.
Thank you. Thank you. I really think that there was commendable work by this committee. The purity of Clary's point about how we will deal with the district needs statement may always be governing us, but it's ridiculous. And in fact, it's necessary now to single out programs. In this instance, the committee has done it. We will work it out if and when we have a logical and worthy district needs statement. Now is the time to advocate make things happen within the limitations and say what is needed. We should vote for this resolution. It may get modified if we all do well in the district needs statement months later. We should vote for this and not keep going on the bigger process. This is now a time to do it.
Thank you, Ethel. Amy, do you want to speak?
I mean, I just want to be real on this. As an agency that has received this DYCD restored funds, they are asking for full capacity at half the amount of money. Running a hybrid program actually costs more than to run a full in-person or remote programming. So yes, it was restored. They sent out letters with surveys the night before. They wanted answers immediately. Agencies at this point are scrambling because the reality is taking this could put them in more deficit. So we need to ask if they want us to do this, and it's half the money, and half the money was because then they could offer more contracts and increase that overall number. Then they need to decrease our full enrollment because it's not realistic, it's not correct. The other problem is this decision was made with no guidance from DOE or from the Department of Health, who is not in advocacy of returning children to in-person, and their regulations are so outrageous, rightfully so, that it costs even more to do that, and DOE buildings do not have space to put CBOs. DBOs at this point are being asked to give up their space in school so they can accommodate students come September. So even though we've asked for it to be restored, and it partly was, I don't know if we want to add something in now that kind of indicates we know it was restored, but what the new challenges are. The reality is most of the agencies at this point are looking to leave that money on the table because it will put them more in deficit than they already are.
Well, good points. Is there, you sort of mentioned at the end, was that more of a statement that you wanted to make, or?
I mean, it's a statement. We can leave it for where it is right now, but I don't want the resolution to somewhat die in the sense of, well, we did restore the money. What else do you want? So I don't know if there's a statement we can include in it, or if we just want to leave it where it is. Regardless, I'm voting yes.
Amy, may I interrupt for 1 second and suggest that everything you just said would make a wonderful cover letter to the resolution that's been drafted, because it would account for subsequent events. So if that's acceptable to you and to the chairs, that's what I would offer.
Fine with me.
Acceptable.
It's fine with me as well. Great. And Cindy, I see that you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just further to what Claria was saying, while I appreciate her, dedication to following the process and procedure for the DNS and the budget requests, that's for 2022. So the timing of this is really very, very different than what we're going to be talking about for the fall. So it's sort of apples and oranges, I think.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. And then Mark, I don't see any attendees. Just want to double check if you see that as well. I want to make sure anybody in the community that wanted to speak would have a moment.
And no attendees have their hands raised.
Who is that?
Yeah. So members of the public, if you want to be heard on this resolution, now is the time to raise your hand. And you raise your hand. Let me see, if you're on the phone, it's *9, by the way. Otherwise, it's a button at the bottom of your participants screen, okay? But I don't see any, and I think we're ready to call the question if you are, Stephen.
Yeah, and nobody did I don't see any of the raised hands, although I have multiple windows, so I'm just walking through. Great, so let's assume we call the question.
Please do.
Okay, so can we get a hands up for those voting for the resolution? Am I counting this, Mark, or?
I'll count, and I'll ask Julian to back me up. Okay. So if you're able to raise your hand with the blue digital hand, please do so. Otherwise, I'm going to call out the names I see: Howard, Richard Ash. I I see Irena as a physical hand, Ethel as a physical hand. Did I count myself as 5? Let me see, Christian is 6. Robert SBA is 7. I'm going to page 2. Oh, I'm sorry, I see Shelley is 1 more. Next page, I have Doug Kleiman as a physical hand. Andrew Ridgie. Polly, I've got you as a blue hand, so you don't need to raise your hand physically too. Thank you, I see it. Peter Sampton is 1 more. Let me see on page 3. If I haven't called your name out and you haven't, all right. So I see.
Audrey is
Audrey,
voting
thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Audrey. So I have
Doug
12.
McGowan is yes.
And Doug McGowan, thank you.
I think Louisa's raising her hand as well.
And Paul Fisher is raising his hand, I see.
And
So I have
Jeanette's raising her hand. I just don't have the image on. I'm trying to fix that.
No worries. Thank you for joining us. So I have 16 plus 30 is 46. Does that sound right to my secretaries?
Mark, do you have me as a yes?
Oh,
Glenn.
I don't. So that's 17. So I have 47. Is that correct, Julian?
We just went from 30 hands raised on Zoom to 29. I don't know who lowered their hand, but.
Well, I saw the maximum.
We're
was
back to 30. We're back to 30. So I think it's
Okay.
47. Yeah.
So it's 47. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm
Okay.
gonna now lower all hands, which didn't work. Let me try that again. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your hand either digitally or physically right now. I'm not seeing any. Thank you. So I have 0. And anybody abstaining, please raise your hand now. I have none. Julian, do you have any? So I have, and no one is ineligible for cause. I have 47 to 0 to 0 to 0. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the support.
Thank you. I want to add one note that Stephen mentioned a letter that we wrote. I want to make sure that we are clear that we did follow our process. Our process is that we write letters that are based on adopted resolutions. So the letter that we wrote to our council members made clear that these resolutions had not yet been adopted, invited them to ask questions about them, told them about our process, some of which they attended, but did not say CB7 thinks this or that because we hadn't voted on it yet. And that will be the way that we continue to do things. And that goes for both the YEL resolution that you just voted on and for the HHS resolution, which you'll hear a little later this evening. Moving on to item number 3, that's the Preservation Committee. Kay and Michelle, I'm not sure which of you is going to take this.
I'm going to start us off, Mark, and then Michelle will take it from there. All right. We have just the one resolution. It's an important one. It's from the New York, it's concerning the New York Historical Society, a master plan for replacing the windows. So you've received that.
Some of
Yeah.
the windows.
Yeah, not all the windows. Okay, some were replaced about 10 years ago, as you may remember if you were around. Okay, I'm going to take you quickly through the resolution. You have it somewhere.
Do you want me to pull up the
Yeah,
slides?
why don't you throw it up there? I'll summarize paragraph by paragraph really quickly, and then we can, of course, answer questions. Beautiful. All right, there it is. New York Historical Society. The building is over 100 years old, the main portion of it. Some additions were added in the 30s. The windows, we'll show you a slide in a moment with the windows that are part of this replacement plan. It's that diagram, wherever that is. Lovely. Okay, this will help. This is the north facade, facing 77th Street. the windows that, the original windows, the existing windows were deteriorating, causing some severe problems. That's what gives rise to this proposal, this application. There was an effort a few years back to add storm windows on the interior to help with climate control and moisture and so forth. That was a failure as a mitigating project. I want to just mention that on this facade, some of these windows were already replaced as part of the project to add the ramp and then to move and access to the cafe and the gift shop. That happened 10 or 12 years ago.
Okay, excuse me, the windows marked G are the ones we're talking about on West 77th Street.
Correct. So those
Those
are
are the ones
large,
that are-
large windows. So a couple of important things to note. The proposal is to keep the structure of the windows, in other words, the plan of the structure, to match the muntins and mullions and other words that I don't understand. But the basic structure of the windows and the glazing, the divided light of the windows. So then we, the other main thing is that the replacement is proposed to be in aluminum rather than in the original bronze, with the caveat that the replacement windows in aluminum will match the original fabric and will be appropriate to the historic character of this very important landmark. So with all of that in consideration, and there were some energy considerations too that were brought up that I'm not sure, Mark, if the architect has joined us, and if so, can add some thoughts about this. This is a chart of the different projects, the different options that they considered, along with pricing, which isn't relevant to the question of appropriateness, but there it is. Okay, the bottom line. Our committee approved the application as appropriate to the character of this significant and lovely landmark. The committee vote was 7-0-0-0. And then the non-committee board folks who joined us were in favor 2-0-0 with 1 abstaining for cause. Michelle and I can answer any questions, and then we can have a nice discussion about the merits of this project.
Yeah, wait, I just want to add something, Blanche.
Yes, please.
I looked up in the LPC guidelines as to what master plan meant. It said the opportunity to incrementally perform work, in this case, replace windows that need to be replaced.
Right.
And that's what the applicant told us they were going to do. This would be done in parts with a sensitivity to the Thanksgiving Day parade, which, as you know, is right there. Balloons are blown up and the parade is there. That's a minor matter now, but the work will have to be done on the outside of the building. And we believe that they came to us, if I may, Jay, with the best of intentions to do this project and do it maybe not expeditiously, but in the way that they best could. Okay, so I guess you all can ask questions now. Oh, Mark, is the architect here? Because he might want to describe what the energy efficiency requirements are. I think they're a little different in this building than other museums.
The architect is with us. His name is Scott Dunow, and he is unmuted. So if he wants to join briefly join the presentation, I think we can hear him now. And I see other hands are raised as well.
Mark, I have a question.
Should I go ahead, Mark? Or?
Yeah.
How do you want?
Wait, Blanche, I'm sorry. Could we just have the architect explain if this building is subject to different energy efficient qualifications than other museums?
It is, because it is not a city-owned building. And so they are subject to local law 97, which has to do with the energy performance of the building. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with that, but there are fines that need to be paid based on the performance of the building. So in addition to dealing with this condensation issue, improving the performance of the building envelope is very critical to this as well. So we're proposing double glazed, thermally broken windows as compared to the existing single glazed windows that are not thermally broken. So
now
that's
you have to explain thermally broken.
Broken currently the metal goes from the exterior to the interior of the building without a break in it. New windows have a break there so that you don't get the transmission of the cold from the exterior directly into the interior. It significantly increases the performance of the windows. So we think, along with the Historical Society, that's a critical part in their working toward compliance with local law 97.
Okay, thank you. Mark, could the architect just kind of stay off unmuted so that we can answer questions of the board?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunel.
Okay, a question if anybody is ready.
We're ready, Blanche.
Okay, thank you. The proposal is for the north-facing side of the museum, of the society. Some years ago, the main entrance was changed from Central Park West to 77th Street. My basic question is, how do these proposed windows compare to the windows facing Central Park West?
Okay, first, could you just answer the question, Mr. Dunel, which windows we're talking about? Because it's not just on the north side.
It's not. On the north side, it's the upper windows as were shown in the drawing. On Central Park West, it's the first floor windows as well as the upper windows on the north and south.
What we're seeing now is the north view. What was the view before, just before? This is Central Park West?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So the windows that are labeled F and A are proposed to be replaced as well. They are behind grills, which minimizes their visibility if you walk along Central Park West. And then on the south,
thank you.
Yes, south, again, we have the G, D, and the H windows being replaced. And on the west, there are a series of smaller windows that are steel, not bronze, that will be replaced as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Blanche.
Robert has his hand up. Sure. I don't know. What
Yeah, hi.
Robert?
Am I on there, Jake? All right. So that I wonder if the architect can outline briefly the comparability between the city municipal standard and the private owner standard, and is one more efficient than the other? Where is the community better off with the standards? Not that it can be changed, but I'm just curious that there should be the two standards that you can. Well, is there a choice? You know, if you're privately owned, and if the municipal standard were better, would you be able to opt for that standard as opposed to the one that is the private sector standard?
I don't know the details of it, but my understanding is that if it's a city-owned building, it would be exempt from the requirements, but because it is not, it has to meet them.
That's insane, but okay, that kind of answers my question. And so we're better off with the private sector standard.
Thank you.
We can't run from it.
We have a number of folks. Louisa, you've had your hand up, and then Arana.
Right. Okay. Two questions, really. One is LPC. Do they have any problem with substituting aluminum for bronze?
I
And
can't hear.
also, excuse me?
I can't hear you, Louisa. I'm sorry.
Does the
I'm not
LPC
on
have a
mute.
problem with substituting aluminum for the bronze? And one
Thank
answer
you.
is, I guess we'll find
Okay,
out.
and the other question is, are there any benefits in using aluminum, or are we just talking about a difference in cost?
So difference in cost.
Scott, can you help us with that?
Well, it's actually both cost and performance. We hired a firm named Vidaris to do technical analysis of the various options for the windows. And it turned out that the aluminum windows were the best performing in terms of heat loss and their U factor. And let's see, your first question was, Landmarks does have window guidelines, and they do allow for a change of materials. It's dependent upon the details of that are proposed for the replacement. They need to match the existing windows very closely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Irana?
Thank you. My question, Mr. Dunow, is the reason you're going with aluminum instead of bronze, is this is this for financial reasons? Because the cost of bronze is appreciably more?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
What are the other reasons, sir?
It's caused in the performance, as I was just saying, the U factor and the heat loss of aluminum windows is higher than that of bronze windows.
And how many windows will continue to have bronze?
There will be the first floor windows on 77th Street.
Can we see the rendering, please?
Yeah, but, I just want to remind everybody that what we look at as a committee is the appropriateness of the proposed changes.
I understand that. Thank you.
Although I'm sure he has no problem answering the question.
Well, I think it's relevant. It's relevant for me.
Sure.
Yeah,
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Dunow. Can you show me where the existing bronze windows are?
On screen right now, the first floor windows on 77th Street.
Okay.
Are the cafe. And then if you go to Central Park West, the upper center windows will remain bronze as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there were some other questions.
Thank you, Irana.
Do you see the question? Let me get to the.
You have Sarah and Barbara waiting.
Sarah, yes, she has had her hand up.
And then you also have a couple of folks in among the audience.
Oh, great.
My question was mostly answered, but I just want to echo Robert that I think it's kind of crazy that the city holds private museums to a higher standard than they hold themselves to. And if, the energy efficiency is better the way they're doing it now, the city museums should do the same thing. Personally, I believe.
Thank you.
You're right, not surprising, but yeah. Barbara has her hand up, right? And then Paige also.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that there is a huge discrepancy in price between the aluminum frame windows and the bronze, but for a landmark of this stature, it strikes me as really a travesty to put in aluminum windows. And even if it takes a much longer time, there must be some other solution from the interior or something, but I just think that it's wrong to put in aluminum windows in a building like this.
Thank you. Okay, so Paige and then Ethel. Paige, where are you?
Peter, let's hear from Peter and Paige.
Have you heard? Can you hear me?
Hardly.
Can you hear?
We can't hear you now, Paige.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
You're unmuted. That's better. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, just a few facts. Thank you for this. First of all, I want to make a public apology to the steering committee. I've been trying to track you all down over the last couple of weeks. I've calmed down and got my facts and things in order, and I had a lovely chat with Kay and Michelle very recently.
Yes.
But I'm still troubled by this application. Just a few things to remember. This is a triple landmark. It is individually designated, and it's in 2 historic districts. That's something that I completely forget. It's one of the earliest designations in 1966, right after the landmarks law, when this building was in peril at that time. It is a very important building. When it was built in 1908, it was designed as a repository to hold the city's most important documents and our collective memory. In fact, there was a huge hue and cry. I think not Mike Wallace, the reporter, but Mike Wallace, the author, went to bat for this building when they were trying to sell their copy of the Declaration of Independence. It's thankfully still there. It is a very beautiful, very modern style building for 1908. It even had, for a brief time, the 1930s alteration with glass block put in to keep it up to date. We did review this in 2007 when a much larger master plan by the same architects was coming forward. I believe they inherited the commission from a series of architects who were trying to build a tower on the top. But it took 4 years from 2007 to 2011 to find the funds to be able to do the windows and repairs in bronze. So I appreciate my colleague's response about the dignity and nobility of the materials. In terms of the costings, I just want to say I work on city buildings, and it's not true that city buildings are exempt. There is a threshold at which, and I can't remember if it's 5 million or 10 million. I know that's a lot of million to get mixed up, but the threshold is that buildings over a certain capital improvement value are subject to the energy codes, and private buildings, in my experience, you can get an exemption from New York State because of the historic status of the building. So I would like somebody to verify that for me. Maybe all these years I've been doing it wrong. I think my biggest concern is that we're losing historic materials that won't last long. Aluminum is 25 to 30 years. It will look different. We are losing more and more. I think my other colleague's question is to the mixed matched look will be that this building should all have bronze windows on the Central Park West and the 77th Street entrance. And I would concede that the lesser facade is the one that faces south, and certainly the one on the north. If for cost savings, other window materials are necessary there, that is going to be covered by the new building when and if that ever gets built. We've seen several versions.
You mean the south and the west, right?
The south and the west, thank you. The north and the east are the most important because they are the public face of the building. And I think it would be a real mismanagement of architectural heritage to jumble aluminum with the bronze. So I would concede to that. If the money were available, I would also do 76th Street, but that is really the back end of the building. It will be a service entrance, I understand, when the new building comes in. So I'm afraid I would encourage you to soften and modify the proposal if it's possible this evening and consider my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige.
May I ask you, Paige, what is your opinion on those windows on Central Park West that have the grills in front of them that are proposed to be changed?
I think that's a recipe for disaster because water and humidity migrate from the bronze grills, which will stay bronze, to aluminum, and you get a galvanic reaction. It's always better to have the metals be the same. And who knows, and you want consistency of the original architect's materials. The integrity of the building shouldn't be messed with. And once you start taking windows out, you're going to damage the stonework, no matter how careful the mechanic is, the window installer. And I think the best thing is to always replace in kind when you're dealing with a building of this stature. Think of Tweed Courthouse. That ultimately took years to do by a colleague of mine who I respect enormously, and he fought tooth and nail to make sure it was original. And look at it today. Everybody's very proud of the Tweed Courthouse. And I think this building deserves the same level of attention and adherence to the original materials. That's all.
Thanks, Paige.
Thank you.
Let's go to Peter.
I agree with Paige. When we voted in the committee, I voted with the other 6 members that we should agree with the request of the museum. But I agree that keeping the original bronze, despite the extra cost, is worth doing on this building. It's such an important building. It was made a landmark in 1966, just a year after the landmarks law came into existence. I think we should go forward with demanding that the original bronze be kept.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Peter.
Let's keep this moving, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ira? And then Melissa?
Thank you, Peter.
Is Ira, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to make it 3 for 3 on the architects. I'm going to agree with Peter and Paige more or less. I'll agree with Paige that, you know, as with so many other landmarks, but this is a particularly designated landmark, which makes it particularly significant, is that we do have to treat the 2 primary facades as special. The rest of it, I'm not passionate about, so I understand what they're going at for. And by the way, if they take that approach, they may find they get below the $5 million barrier that they're so concerned about. So I think I just want to mention that too, is that they can get their bronze windows on the primary facades and still be able to comply with some of the laws that Paige is citing, if I understand her explanation correctly. The other thing I'd like to mention is a master plan does not mean you're putting in one window or replacing all of them. It's somewhere in between over some time span, so that that capital thing is that capital threshold. Those are generally written to apply within a particular time period, not over eternity. So I think that may be a misapplication. I haven't read it. I'm doing this sort of extemporaneously, but it's 3 for 3 on the architects, and that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, that's great.
Thank you.
We've got lots of hands, and so people, please be brief. Melissa, and then Ethel.
Yeah, sure. So I can't vote for cause because my firm represents the Historical Society, but I think I can still make a statement.
Yes, you can.
So I understand a lot of these concerns being raised about materiality and preservation. I think a $6 million difference for a material that will literally not be visible from the street is a really extreme demand on a nonprofit during a global pandemic that has tanked the economy and left the survival of our nonprofits in question. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ethel, you still? Yep.
Yes, thank you. I do agree, though not in every detail, and I won't have to spell that out, with the architects and with Arena. I am aware in other work that I've done and observing projects coming before the community board, that the question of permanence and lasting quality between aluminum and brass or whatever we are asking for it's quite significant. The aluminum in general has a life, I think the architects would know better, of maybe 25 or 30 years, and the other does last longer. I think that it will cost more money, but I think that as described, and at least on the major facades, the metal that really counts here is not aluminum. And we are sympathetic, but they really should adhere to the high quality, and this will occur over many years and will last for many more, and it's worth it.
Okay.
Thank you, Ethel.
Great. So can we go to Clary and then Richard and then Jay? Clary?
Yeah, so the major application that this institution had, which I think somebody said was in 2008, that sounds, or around then, sounds about right. I then was doing for CB7 what Kay and Michelle are doing now, along with our colleague Lenore Norman. I learned a lot about this building, and I think one thing that nobody has mentioned, the architects, they've talked about how special it is and when it was designated, but individual landmarks, we bring a heightened scrutiny. So does the commission, I think. So it's the historic districts overlap, but the fact that it's an individual landmark requires that we bring heightened scrutiny. And when I do that, although I'm a huge fan of this museum, I'm a member, not on the board, so I can no problem voting, but I'm a huge fan. I go there all the time. Bringing the heightened scrutiny to this historic building, I just can't support the idea of aluminum replacement windows. My reasons largely overlap those of the architects, but I think I just have to vote no.
Right.
Hey, can
Richard?
I just make a point of fact here? The resolution that came out of CB7 on March 6, 2007 was to deny the application, the Historical Society's application to, among other things, put in the ramp on 77th Street, put in the windows on 77th Street, and that resolution enlarged the openings. That would involve enlarging the openings of the windows. And that resolution went to LPC, and notwithstanding your excellent resolution, LPC voted in favor of the changes back on 2007.
Michelle, my recollection, which may be wrong, is there were some modifications along the way. I don't have a clear recollection.
Yeah, I think one of them was that the ramp on 77th Street had to be able to be removed so that it didn't impact the stone of the building.
Guys, could I move us along here a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's try to not to do the back and forth just because otherwise
I'm sorry.
it'll be late.
Sorry.
Richard?
I have to say I'm frustrated by this resolution and the presentation. The representation has been made that we can't tell the difference visually between the aluminum and the bronze, which would be an important consideration. But so far as I know, has anyone done a show and tell and compared the two materials face to face so that the board can be educated as to whether that representation is true?
Yeah, we hit on that briefly. There was a side by side. I don't know, is it worth trying to pull that slide back?
To Richard's, if I may, while I'm looking for it, Richard's point is well taken, but in the absence of a physical in-person meeting, we can't hold the things in our hands. This is what we were able to work with.
Well, that's not really good enough. We've had applicants come with physical show
Not
and
on
tell.
Zoom.
You can't
Not
do
on
it with a
Zoom.
photograph.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
You can't do it with a photograph.
The delights of Zoom.
You know, I think that it was incumbent on the museum, who was the applicant, to make the best foot forward. And I don't think it's appropriate to rely on a representation without having seen the material.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back and get everybody who has.
And Kay, if I may,
yes.
Remember that Margie Hoffer, who I believe is with the director of the museum, and Susan Nile, who was the author of the letter that I circulated to the board earlier today, are both now promoted to panelists. And so they had their hands up before. I imagine they still want to speak.
Great. Okay. All right, and let's have them speak in a second, but also, and then we'll get back to the board. If your point has already been made, maybe we could, move that along. But okay. So who's?
You have Jeanette, Mash,
Mark,
and
who did
Bev.
you say? Margie.
Thank you. Scott has represented very well our plan and answered specific questions about the window replacement project. I wanted to just provide a little more background and color about the Historical Society and its place in the community. I'm sure most of you, I hope all of you, are very familiar with it. But you all know we've been part of the Upper West Side community since the building was completed in 1908. And we've worked hard for decades to connect with local residents. We serve students through education programs for local schools, both at the museum and in the school classrooms. We offer special programs for families, such as living history programs on the weekends. We encourage visitors to take advantage of our Pay As You Wish Friday evenings. And we recently launched a tech center specifically for teens that encourages drop-in participation. As you all know, one of the ways we contribute to the local community is by offering a diverse menu of exhibitions every year. And to do that, we need to maintain a sealed building envelope in order to maintain steady temperature and humidity levels in our galleries. And with the deterioration of the windows over the years, it's been increasingly difficult to do so. And condensation on the interior walls has threatened artwork and historical artifacts on display. We see the window replacement project as critical to being able to fulfill our mission to engage with the public, to bring exhibitions that bring American history to life. We desperately need to replace the windows that were not replaced in the renovation a decade ago to maintain the building, to protect our collections, and to enable us to continue offering exhibitions from our own collection and to borrow and exhibit works from other museums. With PBDW, we've done extensive research on the various options, as Scott laid out, the thermal performance, the aesthetic impact, and very important to us, the cost. And we've concluded that the best option for us is the aluminum windows with a profile and finish that we believe will be visually indistinguishable from the bronze replacement windows on the 77th Street facade, and that will preserve the building's historic character. As you saw, the cost differential, 11 million for bronze, about 2 million for the aluminum. It's a huge difference, and right now the $11 million price tag would be prohibitive for us. We really look forward to reopening, to inviting the community back into our building. I wanted to let you know that we'll be reopening an outdoor exhibition on our back lot off 76th Street on August 14th called Hope Wanted, New York City Under Quarantine. It will be offered free to the public, and we really hope to see you all there, and we'd like to invite Community Board 7 for a special preview, so you're among the first to see the exhibition. So we really thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you will be able to approve that resolution.
Great, thank you very much. Can we go to Susan Nile, and then we'll get back to the board?
That makes sense.
Thank you. I'm Susan Nile, and I am vice chair of Landmark West and a member of their preservation committee. So I sat through a presentation by the Historical Society, and the issue that was raised that was pushing them forward on this proposal was in fact what has just been mentioned, condensation on walls in the building. And if you've, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read the letter that I sent to Mark, but in that letter, I raised that issue and discussed that this problem has been existing for quite a while. And it is unlikely that it's just the windows. They have been building false walls to put in more exhibition spaces. And there was nothing in the presentation besides verbal assurances that this was the problem and that this would solve the problem. I put it to you that this is an important landmark. And as a result, we need more than just words. We need support. And even if the windows are the key problem, which I don't think they are, I think there are a lot of things in the building that need to be changed, maintenance and that sort of things. However, I think that the ripping out from this important structure of brass windows to put in aluminum windows is inappropriate and is damaging to something that we cannot lose in this city. We cannot allow our landmarks to be demolished in this way, murdered, in fact, by many cuts. What they're asking for here is a master plan. They're saying, give us approval, and then we will go along our way and do what we need to do without any further oversight. I think giving permission to an organization, as wonderful as it may be, and I am a member of the organization, who hasn't gone forward and done the kind of maintenance that they should have done on the windows that are there, or taken in hand appropriate steps to deal with the problem that they say is causing this, is not appropriate. I think the issue of appropriateness includes not just what the owner says is appropriate, but rather what is appropriate to the building. These windows will be seen. These windows are an important feature of this important landmark. And I do not believe that they should be given a blank check to do this work. They should have to establish that the work itself is absolutely required to resolve the problems that they make, because this is an individual landmark, because appropriateness deals not with just the look, but whether or not the attack on the building is. So I would ask you, please, not to approve this master plan request, to require them at a minimum to use the appropriate material, which is not aluminum. And I will share with you a quote that I shared in my letter, but I think it is appropriate to say it now at the end of what I wanted to say. The one thing about replacement windows, an expert once told me, was they need to be replaced. So these windows, these aluminum windows, will need to be replaced, and then the assault on the building will occur again. Brass windows last up to 100 years. We should require, or at least I asked the CB7 to protect this building, because whether or not the LPC will do this or that is inappropriate to your consideration. It is the standard that you should apply to tell them what you think they should do. And what they should do is protect this building. And they should require the brass to be put in. They should require this building to be maintained in the way that it sits now, in the honored place that it is. And if the LPC doesn't agree, that just shows you that the LPC doesn't care, but you should care, and you should tell them that they should care. And the historical society should care, because they are the historical society. So what I would ask you is to not pass a resolution that gives them the approval, and in fact, to ask them to come back with something that actually shows that A, replacing the windows will in fact solve their problem, and B, that they are going to put in the appropriate materials to maintain this building. One aside, they will be seen, it will make a difference. This is an important building. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Mark, I note that it's 10 of 8, and we've been at it quite a while. I think it's been a great discussion. What's the way forward here?
We have one more. We have one more
Excuse me,
hand
but
raised.
some of us have had their hands up for quite a long time, and
Jay, I don't see your hand up.
And
Yeah,
committee members.
I saw your hand before and then I don't see it anymore. But anyway, Jay, would
Well,
you?
I would.
Somebody may have
Jay,
taken it down
Jay,
inadvertently, but I
hang on,
didn't.
please. I'm going to ask that everybody observe Kay's original comment, which is that if your point has been made, please make it very succinctly at this point, because this is how we end up with 4-hour meetings. So I'm not going to cut anybody off, but I'm going to ask everybody to please be judicious in comments at this point, because we have had a long discussion. That said, I will unmute and go ahead.
Well, somebody keeps taking my hand down and muting me. Am I?
No, you're unmuted, so please go ahead.
Okay, so it is my turn, Mark.
As far as
Okay, so
Kay said so it's true.
Okay, so a couple of observations as a committee member and a former co-chair of the committee. Much of what Paige said and much of some of what Susan Niles said, we agree with, or I agree with. And some of these applications have nuances that make it difficult to decide. I wanted to clear up a couple of implications. Number one, while the museum presented to us the financial considerations in their decision-making, this was not the first time that people have come before the Preservation Committee, both institutional and private, and presented to us financial considerations as one of the factors in determining how they were going to approach their project. One thing that the committee has always done, and I've been on that committee since I've been a board member, and I learned from some people who I have great respect for, including Lenore and Clary and Gabby and others, and on a continuing basis, Peter, is that every member of the committee, then and now, it has been dedicated to preserving the historic character of this district and the structures within it, with no other agenda. The fact that there are financial considerations presented to us from time to time, while it may affect the decisions of the applicants, has not been a consideration in our evaluation as to whether we should approve or disapprove a particular application. Our standard is appropriateness, simple and consistent. Any implication that the committee and thus the board acts differently is simply not accurate. So we were presented with an application that was nuanced and had some serious considerations. I personally and the members of this committee accepted the fact, as presented to us, that the museum had consulted with experts, had done evaluations, and had determined that the damage that had been occurring and would continue to occur was almost completely and certainly substantially related to the condition of the existing windows, thus requiring that the window replacement, the designated windows for replacement, had to be done now. It was not a situation where a master plan could be approved and it could be done over an extended period of time because the damage would continue. And that, in fact, is a legitimate factor for both the committee and the board to consider. The fact that one of the things that I think is happening, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, is when we refer to aluminum windows, it's almost done so in a pejorative sense. I know we think of aluminum windows as somehow being in the category of aluminum siding on some nondescript suburban house somewhere. The fact of the matter is that aluminum, like many materials, has evolved over the years and is a much more sophisticated material in terms of finishes and efficiency and durability and so forth. Whether or not it is as long lasting as bronze is obviously questionable, and I don't disagree that bronze will age over a longer period of time. From an appearance point of view, I think that, and as the committee decided, that the material presented to us at committee in appearance is at least minimally appropriate, which is a standard that we've used from time to time in nuanced applications. I think if we put all of the factors together, including the threat to the condition of the museum, the fact that the appearance will be aesthetically acceptable, if not totally equivalent to the bronze, mitigated in our decision at committee and should mitigate towards approval now. I think that if we don't approve this application, what we would be doing, and if I'm quoting the adage correctly, is we would be sacrificing the good in search of the perfect. This is not a perfect solution, but it is sufficiently appropriate to move forward, and we need to consider the threat to the condition of the museum and its functioning when we vote.
Thank you, Jay. I think you summed up our committee's work in finance. I appreciate that. Okay, so I see one more hand. That's Jeanette. Maybe that will finish us off. Mark?
I'm trying to unmute Jeanette. Jeanette, try again.
Okay. Sorry, I think that makes sense, Jay. I was just going to say that on my years at EDC, we spent a lot of time renovating buildings, including the Tweed and the Battery Maritime building, that had sort of cheap repairs made over the years. And so I'm just wondering, you know, are we just patching it up with aluminum windows and giving them a master plan to make other improvements that maybe aren't the highest quality that we'd like, but then 20 years from now, we're gonna be spending many more millions as we did with the Tweed and the Battery Maritime building because the property wasn't properly maintained. I don't know the answer to that. I also was wondering, is the funding public funding that's going towards these windows? I'm sure that it has attachments that OMB has, that the funding for these windows is not funding that could be diverted to COVID. Usually the capital funding doesn't work that way, but those were my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeanette. And then,
okay.
Yeah.
I see in the chat that Shelley apparently had his hand up physically. Is that correct? I'm scrolling
Oh, and
now.
I saw Shelley before and then I didn't see him, and so apologies.
Shelley, go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to point out that when Clary referred, first of all, I agree with Jay's analysis. I think that window replacement is necessary and urgent. I think it's durable and quality, although not the brass quality. Back in 2007, I was chair of the board and sat with the preservation committee and was on it. And we didn't think very much of the landmark, New York Historic Society. We thought it looked like a jail. We weren't impressed at all. We wanted nice changes to go on. We weren't happy with those changes. So a relatively minor thing about something that can barely be seen or touched, but is durable and quality, if not the high quality, should not be a factor in spending 5.5 times, in these days, 5.5 times the cost. The amazing thing about the Historical Society was originally that when I was 4 years old, I came home and said, Mom, I'm going to the Hysterical Society. And 40 years later, I went to the same society and it had exactly the same exhibits. It's been in the past 10 years or so that they've done an amazing thing. They've been appealing to the community, bringing relevant things to the community, things that we ought to think about and historically understand. And they've been accommodating to all levels and all people. And I think we must support the New York Historical Society because what they're doing is acceptable, if not the highest quality, on some window repair, and maybe some other repairs. But that's going to last, maybe not as long as the brass. But I think that should not be a deterrent to supporting their application.
Thank you, Shelley. Mark, yes.
I'm going to take my own instruction and add without repeating that I agree with Jay, which is headline news in and of itself, because I'm usually the stickler on window materials. But in this instance, I believe the role of a community board is to take all of the context that has been offered here tonight and to factor it in. And while I might also agree that it's minimally appropriate as opposed to robustly appropriate, I think that I can say that this is appropriate and therefore I will be supporting the committee's resolution.
And I will say that I am minimally insulted.
Put that in the record. Okay, I think, Mark, my assessment is we're ready to vote.
All right, so please unmute yourselves. And I'm going to call a roll call on this one because I don't want to delay any further. So the resolution is to approve. Barbara Adler, please vote.
I'm voting no.
Thank you. Jay Adolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Andrew Albert.
No.
Thank you. Linda Alexander.
Yes.
Thank you. Rosa Arenas.
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Ash.
Abstain.
Thank you. Stephen Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Elizabeth Caputo.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. Cindy Cardinal.
No.
Thanks. Josh Cohen. Once you've voted, please mute yourself. Thank you. Josh Cohen.
No.
Thanks. Christian Cordova.
Yes.
Thanks. Ken Coughlin.
Yes.
Thank you. Paige Cowley.
No.
Louisa Craddock.
No.
Thank you. Catherine DeLazaro.
Absent.
Second call. Mark Diller votes yes. Bev Donahue.
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Espier.
No.
Thanks. Lolita Farron.
Yes.
Thank you. Shelley Fine.
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Fisher. Paul, can you vote?
He said in the chat.
Said yes.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Said yes, right.
I'm going to say that's a yes, and I'll accept that vote unless someone objects. Julian, please vote.
No.
Thank you. Amy, please vote. Do we lose Amy? Thank you. Madeline? Innocent?
No.
Thank you. Audrey Isaacs?
Yes.
Thank you. Kay Carpin?
Yes.
Thanks. Natasha Kazmi?
Yes.
Thank you. Doug Kleiman?
Yes.
Thank you. Blanche Lawton?
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah Lind?
Yes.
Thank you. Doug McGowan. Did we lose Doug? Doug, are you on the phone? If you're on the phone, *6 is unmute. We'll come back to Doug.
Yes, yes.
That's a yes from Doug.
Yes.
Thank you. I got it. Sorry, only one of those counts. Courtney Clark-Matakis.
Yes.
Thank you. Ira Michnik.
Abstain.
Thank you. Let me see. Clary Newell.
No.
Thank you. William Ortiz.
Yes.
Thank you. Michelle Parker.
Yes.
Thanks. Jeanette Roush.
Abstain.
Thanks. Seema Reddy.
No.
Thanks. Andrew Ridgey.
Yes.
Thank you. Rich Robbins.
Yes.
Thanks. Madge Rosenberg.
Yes.
Thanks. Melissa Rosenberg is
Ineligible.
For cause, right? Okay. Thank you. So now moving to Peter Sampton.
No.
Is a no. Meg Schmidt is not here. Okay. Susan Schwartz.
No.
Thank you. Roberta Seamer.
No.
Thanks. Ethel Sheffer.
Abstain.
Thank you. Polly Spain. Are you still here? Can somebody see Polly? Oh, Polly, I'm sorry. There you are. There you are. Hang on. So that's a yes? That's a yes. Okay. Thank you. Irena Stennett
No.
is a no. And Howard Yaris
Yes.
is a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 25 yes.
I have 27.
27.
You have 27 yes?
I have 27 yes.
You have 27
27.
yes? Then the resolution carries.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
discussion, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Really appreciate this.
Okay, so we're going to take a brief pivot here because we have a couple of elected officials who have joined us, and we're going to interrupt our business session to hear elected officials, one of whom has a comment on the on one of the resolutions that's going to be before us and for a vote in a little while. In the order in which I saw them, they are Brad Hoylman, Linda Rosenthal, and Danny O'Donnell. So welcome to Community Board 7. Oh, and I see Assemblymember Dick Godfrey as well now. We're going to interrupt for brief remarks from each of our elected officials, keeping in mind we're still in our business session, so we ask your indulgence to let us get back to our work. But we welcome you to Community Board 7. Brad Hoylman, are you ready to speak? I don't see Senator Hoylman, so we're going to do a second call on him and invite Linda Rosenthal. Are you ready to speak? Your audio is, try it now. Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal, are you ready to speak?
Okay,
Great, thank you.
I was just settling in. Because usually I wait. Anyway, let me get my notes. Good to see all of you, or to be on with all of you. I don't think I spoke to you since our last session in Albany. I'm not quite sure if I did. So I don't know if I told you about what we did some weeks ago. But we did a COVID package. As you know, and stop me if I've told this, because I've told this at numerous meetings, so who knows. Child Victims Act, an extension from August.
Yes, you did. Thank you. That was an important update.
Okay, okay, good. We're just waiting for the governor to sign this. We are supposed to go back into session at some point, perhaps in the next week or two. And, you know, it's all murky about exactly what we will be discussing and voting on. But one thing that we did vote on months ago was that the governor can make cuts to the budget, but we then have an opportunity within 10 days to come back and change those cuts. So what we were anticipating was the governor waiting until the Congress met, and then we could see how much money or how little money, how much funding we were going to get. So that doesn't seem like it's going to happen until like later in the month. And we're pretty sure that we're not going to get what we need because Mitch McConnell, for example, in the Senate, is not keen to give states monies, et cetera. It's a big problem, but we don't think we will be able to get enough funding. So what a bunch of us are saying, actually 103 of us in both houses have signed a statement of principle saying that the way to get out of this mess is not to cut services and programs, it's to tax the wealthy. And so 103 people in both houses, that's a great number considering we're all virtually talking to each other. We're not even in the same room. And so many people feel that now is not the time to remove supports from services that are needed even more than regularly. So hopefully we will get to that. But you know, we started off with, I think, 112 billionaires in the state. We've gained more billionaires through this COVID crisis because they profited mightily off the crisis in different ways. And Jeff Bezos is certainly one of them. And so they can pay more. They won't even notice. They won't even feel the difference. The governor has said that he's not interested in that kind of taxation, but a lot of us are. And we know already that certain agencies and programs are not being paid what their contract calls for them to be paid. They're being cut off. So there's already cutting going on without any notice to the populations and to the people. I mean, we know, we're keeping track, but that's not the way to react to a crisis like this when, you know, the federal government isn't taking care of healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully that will change. I've had hundreds and hundreds of unemployment cases, and they continue. Even though a lot of problems have been resolved, there is still many people, and many who still are like on the verge of tears because their claims have not been paid yet. One thing we're trying to ensure, but I don't know if this will happen, it probably won't happen, is that the extra $600 a week that the federal government gave us expires at the end of July. And for some people, that $600 has been a lifeline. And without it, they will not be able to make ends meet. And so we have the crisis of the eviction crisis, which has been just paused for a little while now, with the governor issuing an executive order, and we in the legislature passing legislation that says there can be no evictions during the time of the pandemic. However, landlords can still take tenants to court and be awarded a monetary settlement. For those who can afford to pay rent, you know, who are still employed, who have the resources, of course, they should do that. But for people who are unemployed and don't have the resources, they actually can't pay rent, which means the small landlords are the ones I'm concerned about. And I've had meetings with the smaller ones. They then can't pay their taxes and they can't pay their water bills, et cetera. It's a cycle that, you know, ideally the federal government would come in and save all the parties. We don't think that's going to happen, but it's not something sustainable to evict tenants. Who are you going to get to come in their place? Where will the tenants go? We know there's an outrageous homeless crisis out there, which we see playing out on our streets. So we're trying to be constructive here by passing legislation to tax the multi-millionaires and billionaires. One issue that I'm particularly paying attention to as the chair of the Alcoholism and Drug Abuse Committee is that there are more overdoses throughout the state. And government is sadly not doing enough about it. And I have ideas and plans. They require money. They also require attention to, and unfortunately, people who use drugs, people who, you know, have a substance use disorder problem are not high on most people in government's priority list. And so they suffer the most. Those who are most vulnerable suffer the most throughout all of these crises. So those are some of the things that I'm paying attention to. And I have a new bill on telehealth to make sure, and then I'll stop because I know you have many people speaking, a bill on telehealth to ensure that telehealth visits are the medical professionals who conduct them are compensated properly, the same way they are for in-person visits, because more and more people need access to telehealth, especially now, and doctors and others are happy to do it, but not if they get paltry reimbursement. And so that's another problem we have to tackle.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal. Thank you for joining us tonight and for all that good work. I'm going to move us quickly to hear from Assemblymember Danny O'Donnell, who had I don't believe has had a chance to talk about 50A, but also has a bill that we have a resolution tonight to support concerning lead exposure. Welcome to Community Board 7, Assemblymember O'Donnell. I'm sorry, did I mute you somehow? Try it now, Assemblymember.
Thank you very much. How are you tonight?
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you too. I want to thank you for inviting me in. It's a pleasure to be here. It's kind of frenetic up here in Albany because tomorrow we go back to conference and we could be called a session any day between now and the end of July. The reality is all good victories take a great collection of humanity to get them done. Repealing 50A is something that I worked on for 5 years. In the beginning in a very lonely way. And, you know, when you're about to win, everyone says, I'm in favor. And so I want to thank Jamal Bailey, the Senate sponsor, because he and I worked wonderfully together. And now I read in the paper and read on Twitter, all the people say they did it. So that's the way the world works. At least it got done. I want to raise the issue about bail. We finally got fixed bail in the state of New York. It was absolutely aggressive. I know that firsthand from my years as a public defender. And now people are blaming a variety of things like the rise in crime on it, which is just factually inaccurate. That's not what happens. That's not the way it works. But I can tell you what does work is if you cut all the money to the programs to help people, to keep them from getting back into prison and jail, that it is going to fail. And so I've been fighting very diligently about that. As to the resolution, I want to thank you very much. I intend to call the sponsor of the legislation and the co-sponsor of it. Obviously, here in Board 7, 97th Street, we've had quite a education about lead and the fact that the lead standards are entirely way, way off. I have other legislation that I want to get done, but mostly I have to go to conference tomorrow to find out what in fact we're talking about, and hopefully some of the relief from the federal governments that our federal elected officials will do their job and give the state the money it needs to survive. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblymember, and good luck in Albany, especially during this time of year. We're going to pivot immediately to Assemblymember Dick Gottfried, who is also with us. And I understand Borough President Gail Brewer is with us as well. So while we're paused from our business session for a moment, we'll hear from first Assemblymember Gottfried and then from Borough President Brewer, and then we'll get back to our business session. Thank you. So Assemblymember Gottfried, welcome to Community Board 7.
Thank you. Good to be with you. You know, I'm going to talk about, I think, about one topic in specific that Linda touched on, which is the question of raising taxes on very high wealth here in New York State. You know, it's not just a question of how much money are we going to get from Washington to help with the current COVID crisis. New York State desperately needed more revenue before anybody had ever heard of COVID-19. We have for years been underfunding and cutting healthcare and elementary and secondary education and SUNY and CUNY and desperate shortages of funding for housing and a host of other things. Sorry, that'll.
Call from Cantor Net.
That will get picked up by my wife shortly.
Call from Cantor Net.
Maybe I'll.
No worries.
Okay. So we desperately need that increased funding, regardless of what money we do or don't get from Washington. And by all indications, we have no basis for expecting significant further aid from Washington. And so several weeks ago, I and several of my colleagues, working with a lot of the labor movement and a lot of consumer groups, advocacy groups, started signing up our colleagues in support of a statement saying that, yes, indeed, we desperately need to be taxing high wealth in New York at fairer rates, which we do not do. And, you know, I don't know that I'd be surprised if anybody who's participating in this meeting has wealth at the level that we're talking about. Give you an idea, if you're one of the many people on the Upper West Side who owns an apartment that's worth $1 or $2 million, there are quite a few New Yorkers, not only whose net worth is a couple of thousand times that. Those are the billionaires at the bottom of the billionaire level. There are billionaires in this city, quite a few of them, not only whose wealth is 10 times 2,000 of those apartments, but whose growth in wealth since March of this year has been more than 2,000 $2 million apartments. Just to give you an idea of the scale of some of the wealth in New York City. And if there are over 100 people with incomes with net worth over $1 billion, there are thousands of New Yorkers with net worth in the hundreds, plural, of $1 million range. All of us pay higher taxes than we should and than we need to, because we undertax huge wealth in this state. And not only are we paying higher taxes than we ought to, but we are being cheated on healthcare and education and transit and housing and everything else, because that ultra high wealth is being let off easy. And so we're having a Democratic conference tomorrow in both the Assembly and Senate, and a lot of us are working to get a lot of our colleagues to speak up in that conference, as I will and as Linda will, in support of raising our New York's taxes dramatically on ultra high wealth.
Great. Thank you, Assembly Member. I see my colleague Howard Yaros has a question for you, but in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that he follow up with you offline and then report back on anything that the board would need to know, because we are still in the middle of our business session. So I thank you for joining us. You can look forward to a question from Howard, and I'm going to pivot to Borough President Gail Brewer, if she's ready to speak. Are you with us, Borough President? There you are. Gail, I don't think we can hear you. Give it a try again. You're not muted from my end. Doesn't seem to be working, Borough President. If I may suggest, April, are you here? April?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi. We can't seem to hear the borough president. Can you work with the borough president offline, and then we'll return to her after we take another resolution or two?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry about that, but I can't, I don't know what the technical problem is. It may be necessary for the borough president to log out and log back in. That's usually my answer for everything that has to do with the computer. We'll look forward to hearing from the borough president as soon as she's able to take us. And then, I thank you for those comments, and we're going to go right back now to our agenda, and that's the Transportation Committee, resolutions numbers 4 and 5. I'm not sure which of the transportation leaders are going to take us through this conversation, so please take it away.
I'll start, and I will say both resolutions, the committee was very pleased with them. They were unanimously adopted, but they were drafted by my both at one time new and at the same time old new co-chair, Andrew Alpert. He wrote them both, so I'll defer to him and allow him to present them. Andrew?
Thank you, Howard, for that introduction. Both of these resolutions are predicated on the importance of the MTA to New York getting back to business, getting back to normal, getting back to our lifestyle, getting cars off the roads, cleaning our air, you name it. In any way you slice it, we are getting shortchanged. You just heard it from some of our elected officials, but it remains true. January of 2021 was supposed to have been the start of congestion pricing. Congestion pricing is the law of the land in New York State, but the US Department of Transportation has not given the MTA the answer on what type of environmental impact statement they will need for this to move forward. So we are at a total standstill, and this first resolution of ours has language requesting our congressional delegation to implore Secretary Chow to please give this information to the MTA so that they can proceed with implementing congestion pricing, which will fund the capital program, which has a ton of important projects, many of which will affect the West Side. I will say that there is one piece of the resolution where it alludes to the rolling stock, the car types. R179 should not be in the resolution. We have all of those. They are totally out of service because of various quirks and defaults and problems, but it should only read the R211 and R262 in the resolution as for the capital funding for the next batch of subway cars. So that's the basis of our next resolution, to ask DOT to get moving, let the MTA know what they need, so congestion pricing and the important funding that will bring to our capital program to get on the move.
I'm going to ask Andrew, unless there's an objection from anybody, I'm going to ask Andrew to introduce the second resolution as well. And if it's consistent, if there's anybody that, unless there's somebody that minds, we'll bundle the two of them together for a single vote. But if somebody objects, we certainly can unbundle them. So let's present the two of them and then we can decide how to vote. How's that?
Sure. The second resolution, due to the MTA's massive losses due to COVID, so we're not getting the fares, we're not getting the tolls from MTA bridges and tunnels, and we're not getting many of our dedicated taxes. And we have all of this important additional cleaning that we're doing. Subway cars are getting cleaned 4 or 5 times a day, stations multiple times a day. Many additional folks had to be hired for this. It's just unbelievable, and we're not getting federal help. And if we don't, I don't know what's going to happen. The options are really ominous. Massive fare hikes, massive service cuts, massive layoffs. I mean, none of this is any good. So we, in a way, have to try to take care of ourselves a little bit. And what this resolution does is raises the idea, and New Jersey has done it and funded some improvements to New Jersey Transit. I'm estimating that we would take no less than 2 cents a gallon gas tax, perhaps higher, dedicated in a lockbox to the MTA's capital needs, which will free up money for the operations, which is being funneled from capital because of the shortfall, and with a portion of these proceeds to be dedicated to upstate roads and bridges, because we're well aware that there aren't any major transit systems upstate. Yes, Buffalo and Syracuse and Rochester have them, but they're not on the basis anywhere near anything like ours. And again, New York is shortchanged by federal dollars. We really must get federal aid. Many transit systems around the country are going to suffer massive deficits, layoffs, service cuts, fare hikes if federal aid is not forthcoming. And so we are recommending a gasoline tax to help close these gaps. And that is what the second resolution does.
Very good. I see Jeanette's hand is up. And if there are any other questions for either resolution, let's hear them now.
Yes, I support the intent behind both bills, but I have a couple questions. One with the EIS, it seems to me that it might be better if we bring it to the borough board and get like a strong letter from the borough president or from the city, really urging the federal government to move forward on this EIS question. The second one on the funding, I know that the next 6-year transportation bill is, has started being discussed in Congress, and it just seems like, I don't know if I haven't looked at that bill, if that bill already suggests raising the gas price. So I think the thing about raising the gas price is you want to do it once, because they're not going to raise it a little bit every year for different things. And it really should be looked at as the whole package of what we're increasing the gas price and what the package of infrastructure and transportation improvements are going forward as part of that transportation 6-year bill, or in this case, it might be 5 years, I think. But the surface transportation bill should include raising the tax on the gas, because we haven't done that for, half a dozen years at least, but it really should be done comprehensively all at once. So I wonder, I'm not sure this is the best way for the community board to support that.
So I can respond to some of that, Jeanette. I have no opposition to, if the board passes the first resolution, to it going to the borough board. Obviously, it affects the entire borough of Manhattan. It affects all 5 boroughs and the suburban regions. If we don't get congestion pricing passed, it's that important to the capital programs of all of these systems. So absolutely. As far as the federal bill on the second resolution, I've seen the language and I've seen the responses from various transit advocates, including our own organization, and it doesn't begin to give the MTA what it would need. As you've seen from last month's resolutions, New York has 40% of all transit riders in the country, but gets 16% of the federal funding. This thing is so out of whack that we have to start to help ourselves. And I believe a state gasoline tax, and you're talking a federal one, I believe, but I'm talking a New York State one. I think its time has come. And gasoline varies, by time of day, by what gas station you go to, by day of the week. I don't believe 2 cents or 3 cents would even be felt.
Thanks for the clarification on the federal versus the state. I thought you were talking federal.
Great. I'm not. Thank you.
Any other questions on these 2 resolutions? These are numbers 4 and 5, although you don't have a voting sheet, so it doesn't matter as much anymore, does it? Is there anybody, please raise your hand now, is there anybody who objects to voting once on both resolutions? Is there anybody who's going to vote differently on one than another? I don't see any hands, and so with your consent, Andrew and Howard, I'm going to take one vote. That sounds like a good thing. All right. So we're going to do this one by the raising of hands. So if you're able to raise your virtual hand, please do so now. And then I will scroll through for the physical hands on 4 and 5. So Howard is a hand. Mark Diller is a hand. Let me see. Robert SBA, are you voting yes?
Yes.
Thank you. That's 3. I see Shelley is 4. Who else is a physical hand? Ethel Shether is 5. Peter Sampton is 6. Jeanette Roush is 7. Going to page 2. Doug Kleiman.
I see Paul Fisher is a yes. He just put that on.
Thank you. Yeah. Paul Fisher we have. I already got Doug Kleiman. Let me see. Louisa Craddock I've got.
Audrey is yes.
Audrey is, thank you. Andrew Ridgey is yes. Christian Cordova is yes. I'm still holding my hand up for some reason. Let me see. And that is everybody I've got. So I've got 28 plus.
Blanche, yes.
Thank you, Blanche. Excellent. Thank you. Is there anybody I missed? A name I haven't called out. So I have 28 plus 14.
Irina, I put my, I raised my hand in the.
No, but you've got your virtual hand, so you're fine.
Okay.
Thank you. So I've got 28 virtual hands and 14 physical hands, gives me 42 yes.
I think that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So hands are now down. Anybody who's voting no, please vote no now. I see 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And I'm looking for physical hands voting no. I don't see any on page 2. Back to page 1. So I'm sorry. I have 3 virtual hands and no physical hands. So I have 42 to 3. Let's put those hands down and ask for anybody abstaining. Anybody abstaining, please vote now. I don't see. I'm not seeing. Shout out your name if I'm missing you. So I have 42 to 3 to 0 to 0. Does that jive with what you have, Julian? Okay, I'm going to say yes. 42 to 3 to 0 to 0, but resolutions 4 and 5 carry. We're going to interrupt again. I believe that the borough president has solved the.
Yes.
Yay, thank you. So welcome, Borough President Gail Brewer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you, Andrew, for that great resolution. I think it would be terrific to do at the borough board.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
There are several things that are not specific.
Could everybody who's not Gail Brewer please mute? Thank you.
There are several things that are not specific to Board 7, but I think of interest. Downtown around Foley Square near the One Center Street, for 3 days last week, we did the Black Lives Matter mural. And we are having a celebration and putting up a sign that says Black Lives Matter Boulevard, 9:30 on Thursday morning, and you're all welcome. The reason it's special, and they're all special, the one in Harlem is special too, is that these amazing artists, 3 young Black artists did it, and they have unbelievable talent. And then at the end, Hawk Newsom, who's head of Black Lives Matter New York, who's a friend, we have his logo. So you're welcome to come, if not Thursday at 9:30, then another time to see amazing art. We hopefully DOT will let us have it open for a couple more weeks, because once the cars go over it, it doesn't have the same viewing possibilities. So just so you know, it's pretty gorgeous. Second issue, we have a huge number of shootings, more than ever in Northern Manhattan. So we have been on the phone with the mayor, and today we were in East Harlem with in-person meetings with all the amazing youth groups. We're gonna try to do peace marches. It's pretty scary, pretty frightening. Lack of jobs, lack of support, no youth programs, etc. So just so you know, we're all trying, but it's been a very violent time in Northern Manhattan. We have, apparently now the basketball hoops are going up. Penny, we need to make sure that the ones in Amsterdam go up, because apparently they're not up today. So just make sure that all the basketball hoops go up, because it's of great interest to people who want to use them. I want to thank God at Riverside on so many levels as always, but certainly their direct relief program, as you know, is giving funding to some groups, and they're working with the homeless. I know you're swamped. We're swamped with calls from homeless living in different parts of the community. So again, it's not an easy thing to fix, but I think we all need to work on it even harder as the challenges are harder for the homeless, but also we've got to find affordable housing. One of the cuts that the mayor made is unfortunately to affordable housing. However, on the Upper West Side, as you know, we still have $14 million in the bank for affordable housing. Some of it's going to be used on 79th Street, as Mark knows and Penny knows, for the building that Project Find is doing. And just trying to get HPD to unleash that, even though it's supposed to be, is frustrating. And coming up with a program working with you to unleash the rest of it. So just something to put on your agenda. The schools are still a challenge. I know parents are very concerned, but I want to thank JCC, because over the summer, they already had just tons of tutors who are members of JCC who have been screened and signed off on by the Department of Education. They've now almost 200, been assigned to families who are going to have trouble getting through the summer school, and I hope it'll continue. Anything we can do to help these families, even if you're doing part-time in school, part-time blended out of school, it's rough. So anybody who wants to join JCC or feels like they have some time on their hands to work with these families for learning that is blended and at home, I think your help would be very, very appreciated. I want to thank you. You have so many members on your board that have been working on outdoor dining. I go from the bottom to the top to look at the streets and see how it's going. We walked through Harlem the other night, Frederick Douglass Boulevard, with very, very conscientious restaurateurs who are going to do the right thing. Then there are challenges in other places, the bottom or the top of the borough. But one of the issues, as you know, has been the safety of the structures. And so I know that as people build them, make sure the DOT has signed off, because DOT is concerned about that. We're still working on that horrific cantilevering 91st Street building. As you know, it is outrageous that Michael Dell would do that. So we've been in contact with the city agencies. And just finally, in terms of cuts, one of the cuts that made the borough presidents all angry, we had a press conference about it yesterday, was all the senior money. In other words, the money that the borough presidents get. We get, you know, almost 300,000. Queens gets 600,000 to support in a small senior program, many of which are in Board 7. And so that's a real cut that we hopefully can get restored. I don't know, but it wasn't known in advance and people very, very upset. We continue to try to get social workers in the school more than ever. They're going to be needed. And of course, we're always fighting to try to have at least one organics drop off in every community board. So that's just a quick summary, because I know that much is on the agenda, but thank you very much. And it's a really rough time for a whole lot of people. So I look forward to continuing to work with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Borough President, and thank you for being with us and for being patient with us. Speaking of patient, we called on Senator Brad Hoylman earlier, and I am going to attempt again to call on him. Here, I'm right. Let me see what I can do here. Senator, I know you were with us before and couldn't respond, so you've been patient waiting. Are you now able to join us?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Meant no disrespect. I'm sorry. I thought I called on you and
no worries. No worries.
Welcome to Community Board 7.
Thank you, as always, for having me. I just wanted to thank everyone. Thank the Borough President for all of her work and my colleagues in particular. Just wanted to let you know a couple of things. On June 30th, the governor signed into law my legislation. I think my colleagues at the state level mentioned it, the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, which will prevent tenants who have been hit hard due to COVID-19 and their economic situation from being evicted, pure and simple, during the entire COVID-19 period. I think it's a very important step. It's not the last step, Mark, that we need to take to protect tenants, both commercial and residential, but it's very important. I'm very, very honored that my colleagues passed it. Secondly, I've introduced a bill, those of us who are lawyers, to allow what's called diploma privilege. We want to let attorneys who've passed their exams in law school move quickly into the practice of law without having to sit for the bar exam, given the social distancing concerns around COVID-19. Don't laugh, Mark. There's a lot of states that have done this, including Washington and Oregon. And, you know, it makes sense because we can't administer anything like a closed quarter exam at this point. And that's what we're looking at between now and September for a lot of individuals who are seeking the New York State Bar. Third, the bill that I passed to allow a prospective COVID-19 vaccine, we all hope that's coming sooner rather than later, to be administered by pharmacists was signed into law by the governor on June 17th. That's key because, you know, we see the rates of vaccination decreasing, particularly among school children. And it's a big issue that I think the chancellor, the city Department of Health need to address. They really said nothing about it at this stage. And this will allow, at least for pharmacists, to have access to patients when we get that vaccine. Finally, I'll say that one of the bills that was passed in the criminal justice police reforms the last couple of weeks is called the Police Stat Act. It's a bill that I drafted, the Police Statistics and Transparency Act. It'll for the first time, require local police departments to actually send in data, demographic data about who's arrested for misdemeanors, ranging from those low-level crimes all the way to who's dying in police custody to the Division of Criminal Justice Services at the state level. Up until now, Mark, I think I've said this to you before, the state was actually combing through news clippings to determine who has been arrested and who's dying in custody using Google rather than actually requiring local law enforcement to provide that data. So I'm very happy that that passed and has been signed into law. We may be going back to session in the next few weeks in Albany. I hope we do, because there's a lot of stuff on the docket, including protecting commercial tenants, helping small businesses, making certain that the eviction moratorium extends even longer, and of course, monitoring this virus and making sure that we're being mindful about putting public health first above everything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry I reacted about the bar exam, but that would have been a benefit to me and not because of any virus.
Yes.
And thank you for your work on vaccines. I know that you personally have had been a champion of that, and that has in an era in which people have reacted rather extremely to you personally and to your family, and yet you still work very hard on that. So we appreciate that very much. So thank you for joining us. The Senator mentioned tenant protection, and the next person we're going to hear from is Councilmember Mark Levine, the author of the New York City Right to Counsel law, which also is an important issue with respect to tenant protections. Council member, welcome to Community Board 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see Brad and Gail and my colleagues and all of you here in CB7. And I will briefly update you on right to counsel, as well as the very difficult budget we passed, and a word or two on our ongoing fight against COVID. We are going to need every tenant to have an attorney now more than ever, as we face the possible avalanche of evictions in the coming weeks and months. And of course, housing courts have reopened now. And so my colleague in the council, Vanessa Gibson, and I are pushing through really what we consider emergency legislation to immediately take right to counsel citywide. Immediately, it's been phased in over several years by zip code. And we actually haven't, according to that plan, gotten to CB7 yet, but we want to go immediately citywide, partly to get justice in all these cases. And we also think it would ensure a more measured pace of housing court cases, because the courts are increasingly stating that they'll only let eviction cases go forward if there are attorneys on both sides. So stay tuned on that, an important fight ahead in this very difficult crisis. As you know, we did pass a budget last week, probably the toughest budget New York City has had to deal with since the 1970s because of the pandemic and the economic shock, and the imperative of addressing in a long overdue fashion systemic racism in policing. And we needed to preserve social services. We needed to fund our fight against COVID, and we needed to move forward on fixing the broken system for policing in the city. And it was a lot to take on at a few minutes to midnight before the fiscal year expired, with the risk of the Financial Control Board taking over. That, of course, would be catastrophic. And we got a lot done and failed in some important ways. We were able to save over 100,000 summer youth slots from SYEP and summer camps and beacons. That's really important to the life of young people and their families in the city. We were able to save CUNY ASAP, an important program for young people entering our public colleges. We got more money for things like food banks, avoided layoffs in schools, and actually restored about 140 guidance counselors and school social workers. Not enough, but avoided what would have been really painful cuts in our schools. As for policing, we came short of what I and many other advocates were calling for, but I'll tell you what made it into the budget. The head count of the NYPD is now going to be reduced by 1,160 through the cancellation of the next recruit class. The NYPD is going to be taken out of a number of functions, from homeless response to school safety agents to crossing guards. Some of that's been long held goals for people who want to get policing out of segments of our life that it probably shouldn't have been in the first place because of the probabilities of escalation that we very much want to avoid. This fell short of what many of you and many advocates and I myself had been calling for. I don't want to sugarcoat that, but nonetheless, important steps towards changing policing in New York City, a fight that's going to have to continue for a very long time to come. On coronavirus, this remains a threat in a way that I'm not sure New Yorkers understand. This isn't just a problem in Texas and Arizona. We're averaging over 300 new cases a day in the 5 boroughs. Increasingly, it's hitting young people. Number of young people entering ERs with COVID-like symptoms is on the rise steadily for the last several weeks. For those of you who follow the technical details, or not, or the reproduction rate is now above 1 again in New York City for the first time, I believe, since May, meaning that more than 1 person is infected for every person that gets sick. And of course, there's a constant stream of flights coming in to our airports from some of the heavily impacted states. So we just can't let our guard down. We just can't. And that makes the state of testing in New York City really problematic. In many places, it's a 7-day wait to get results. That's unacceptable. It's actually dangerous because it means people are walking around the city potentially spreading the virus because they haven't gotten their test results yet. This reflects, make no mistake, an epic national failure to organize production of reagents and many other key components of testing. It's pretty stunning that we're 4 or 5 months into this pandemic and federal government has refused to mobilize, but it's hurting us and it's a major challenge for the next stage in our fight. So I'm going to stop there, but you're going to be hearing a lot from me in the months to come on that because we are not out of the woods yet from this terrible pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everybody. Be safe.
Thank you, Councilmember Levine, and we appreciate your update. We're going to zoom right back. Oh gosh, I really shouldn't have said that, should I? We're going to run right back into our agenda. I have a personal note here. This is the Parks and Environment Committee. So I asked the Parks and Environment Committee to be ready to present in 1 second. This is another important resolution, and notwithstanding the hour, I ask that we all give it the attention that it deserves. So with that, I will give the floor to Clary and to Elizabeth, and I'm not sure who's going to take the lead.
Elizabeth,
I think I'm going to start. Yeah. I'm just going to start and turn it over to Clary. And again, you know, I think going back to what Brad said in his comments about public health, I really want to preface some of the work that our Parks and Environment Committee has been doing to be very clear to both board members tonight and also to the community that we have prioritized public health during COVID as we think about Parks and Environment resolutions. We have done that in our public comments. We have done that throughout the past 4 months. At the same time, we have a responsibility as a board to hear from members of the community when they have, and constituents when they have issues related to the neighborhood. And it's in that spirit that I wanted just to present the resolution that we're going to discuss tonight. We did a joint resolution last month with the Transportation Committee related to parks enforcement. This is a similar one, albeit about a much different issue. And so again, this was something that came to us from constituents and from several board members, which we feel is our responsibility to present to the board tonight. You'll be hearing from a number of folks, both from the public and from the board, and we look forward to hearing your comments. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over to Clary. I think all of you have resolution number 6 in the docket, and want to again thank everyone who participated and joined the conversation last month as we walked through this and talked through it as a community. Over to you, Clary.
Yeah, so we did distribute, or Mark distributed, or Penny distributed the resolution in advance, and it is not, it's asking for some reasonable amount of enforcement of off-leash, of dog leash laws and other dog laws in Central Park, although it primarily is about the leash laws. It's not asking for more police or PEP staff. It's not asking for them to drop everything and only do this. It's just saying the off-leash situation has gotten really out of control, is doing a lot of damage, and is ought to get at least some attention and some enforcement. So I'm going to call on Susan first. Susan tried to do just a couple minutes, but it was really Susan who had largely brought this to be an agenda item for us. And so Susan, you want to do a couple minutes, and then we'll do board members, and then we'll do community members, all as reasonably brief as you can be.
Excuse me, do you want me to put up the resolution, or are you okay?
Yeah, I think that would be great, Mark.
Very good. Go ahead, Susan, I'll put it up.
Thanks, guys. This resolution, which was approved almost unanimously at the committee level, there was one vote against it. It simply asks for enforcement of the existing laws concerning dogs in Central Park. There are signs aplenty in the 843-acre oasis that we love and know as Central Park, indicating areas that are restricted or require leashes, but they are increasingly ignored. This has been a problem for a long, long time, but during the pandemic, it's gotten worse. There are 42 million users of Central Park each year, and only 14% of them are first-time visitors. Everybody knows the rules, but folks just aren't complying, and so we need help from the authorities here. Park users should not have to be enforcing the laws themselves. So as lots of you know, my husband David and I have become devout, rather obsessive birders. We spend our early mornings starting at 6 a.m. and most weekends walking about 25 miles a weekend in Central Park. I'm going to give you 3 examples of what I'm talking about. These are all personal examples, and I apologize if you've heard them before. Okay, so several weeks ago, I watched with horror, a woman was playing Frisbee with her dog in Bethesda Fountain. This is an ornamental fountain, folks. The dog kept jumping in and out, trampling the water lilies and scaring what I now know are blue dasher dragonflies. Another morning, I was bird watching, looking up into the sky, and was almost knocked over by a Great Dane that came bounding toward me off leash in the ramble. When his owner finally caught up, and I told the guide that it was a leash required area, he explained his dog was having fun. Okay, great. And then just last week, the most upsetting one, I guess, is that I watched a woman let her Labrador retriever jump into what's known as the conservatory water. You might know it as the model boat pond. The dog swam toward a mallard and her 3-day-old ducklings. Fortunately, the upset mother duck scared off the dog, and the dog's owner told me, gosh, I don't know what I can do to control this dog, so I suggested putting it on a leash. Okay, so right now you're probably thinking, well, there's a pandemic, who cares? This is all minor stuff. But I think you all know that on Memorial Day, my friend Chris Cooper, who's a fellow birder, had an encounter in the ramble after he asked another park user to put her dog on a leash, which was required by law in the area he was in, called Tupelo Meadow. By the way, that's an area where there are hummingbirds enjoying the scarlet, I think they're called bee balm flowers. This particular incident became a dangerous racial confrontation, but at its core, it was a typical birder versus dog owner conflict, the kind that happens all the time, and it's terrifying for us, for everybody. This resolution is really simple. Enforcement should not fall on the shoulders of park users, pitting us against each other. It should be handled by the proper authorities. Otherwise, it can turn very dangerous very quickly. All our committee wants to do is to have the Central Park Police and PEP work with the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Central Park Conservancy to actively address this problem through education and enforcement to reduce the conflicts, thereby protecting the park's extraordinary wildlife and landscapes. I know that some of you are uncomfortable telling the police what to do, but without enforcement of the existing laws, this behavior will continue, and there's just a potential for dangerous escalation. That's it. Thanks very much. I know we have a number of people who want to speak, so hopefully we can hear from them now. Perhaps you can promote them to panelists, Mark. If not, whatever. Thanks very much, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
I think let's let Clary and I figure out how we're going to
but just,
on this.
just 1 second, Elizabeth. I saw a couple things in chat that I think were confusing to 2 situations. Dog runs have been reopened in the parks that have dog runs, or if they're not reopened yesterday, they will be within the next couple of days. Central Park doesn't have any dog runs. It's not an issue in Central Park of people who were excluded from dog runs and have been running the dogs off leash elsewhere, because there are none. This is a problem, an issue in Central Park that has preceded the pandemic and is going to, there's no indication it's going to change when the pandemic is over. So I think, Elizabeth, what we want to do is call on some board members. We'll call, I mean, all of those who want to speak quickly, briefly. We will call on members of the public, and then we'll do what we do.
That sounds great. And again, just wanted to reiterate that this is a resolution. We take every Parks and Environment resolution, every board resolution seriously as it relates to what's happening in the COVID crisis. We also have a responsibility to respond to communities when they want enforcement in the park. And that's why we're bringing this forward tonight based on the community questions and concern, both predating, as Clary said, predating the pandemic and currently. Clara, you're on mute.
Yeah, my computer just did something bad, but I fixed it, I think. So the board members I saw a moment ago, because I'm having trouble scrolling, were Julian and Linda, I think. And if there are others, somebody may need to tell me. Julian, you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, everyone, and thank you to everyone at the Parks Committee, Parks and Environment Committee who worked to create this resolution. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but I do have a few comments on the resolution. My main concern with this resolution is that it's asking for armed police officers to enforce laws that involve dogs off leash, which is, I think, if they are to be enforced at all, and I think there's a legitimate question as to whether enforcement will change anything. As I understand it, I think it involves giving fines and tickets to people, and I don't know if that is going to result in a substantial change in behavior. I do think that if enforcement is to be pursued, it should not be pursued by armed officers that can escalate situations, and especially in discriminatory ways, as we've seen. And so I think that's dangerous. And on top of that, I'm hopeful that, as you can probably see behind me, actually, I love birds in Central Park. I take pictures of them all the time. I'm an avid visitor of the Howlett Nature Sanctuary and of the Ramble. But I'm hopeful that as dog runs are reopening, dog users who during the pandemic may have been visiting the park to get their dogs off leash may return to the dog runs. But I understand that this is a continuing issue. A question that I keep asking is, and this started when we passed a resolution regarding enforcement of vehicles obeying the lights in Central Park, is a question about, as a board, when we pass these resolutions asking police officers or enforcement agencies to enforce certain laws in specific ways, there's a question of jurisdiction and how that, well, not legally speaking, but I'm curious as to what path that leads us down as a board. And I know that we haven't been able to hear from our police officers at community board meetings, and community council meetings haven't been occurring, which I think they should. And I think we should have those pathways up so that we can communicate directly with police. But I don't know if the best way to address this is passing a resolution calling on more enforcement. Perhaps a better way to address it is talking specifically to police officers, raising the issue, and then letting them use their data-driven, experience-driven process to then figure out how to allocate the resources. You know, with homicides increasing across Northern Manhattan, with a lot of other issues out there, as a board, we have a power to direct focus on certain things, and I'm hesitant to think that the biggest laws that we think need enforcement are the laws regarding vehicles disobeying red lights in Central Park and dogs off leash in Central Park. So those are just some of my thoughts. I think I would be in favor of supporting the resolution if police officers were removed from it, but I'm also hesitant about continuing to pass resolutions about enforcing laws as well.
Okay, we'll turn to Linda in just 1 second, but Julian, as you say, you were not at the meeting, but what we did is we had a PEP representative there. And what we did learn and discuss with him is that to the extent there's any enforcement, which is pretty minimal, but and we're looking for a reasonable amount, but it's the PEP officers. I think they're unarmed. They are an agency of the Parks Department. They, I believe, are unarmed. And because almost all of what we're talking about is in areas of the park that are not the park drives, but it's actually, you know, the park. We're talking PEP officers. We're not talking for NYPD has jurisdiction, but in the real world, we're talking about unarmed PEP officers. Linda Alexander.
That's exactly the point, Clary. And as somebody who worked on the 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. off-leash program with then Commissioner Benefi, I strongly believe, and for many, many years, dog owners did pay attention to leashing most dog owners paid attention to leashing their dogs at 9 a.m. Because Central Park never had a dog run. We started a dog run at Theodore Roosevelt Park officially in 1998. So the thing is, I'm in the park a lot, and there are no PEP officers. And I'm seeing more and more people just not paying attention to the rules. Just like I'm seeing bicyclists around the Great Lawn. I'm seeing dog owners not leashing their dog, and you can say something to them and they'll ignore you, just as people who don't wear masks ignore you, etc., or ride their bikes around the Great Lawn. But we need more PEP enforcement, and certainly it's very, very important for the PEP officers. If they give a fine, if they give a ticket to somebody whose dog is off leash, everybody says, hey, the PEP officers are out, and everybody leashes their dogs and pay attention, and they pay attention to it. And our dogs should be leashed at 9 a.m. That was the deal. And that's plenty of time, and that's fine. And the dog runs are open in other parks now, so there's no excuse. So maybe it's a question of advocating for more PEP officers in the morning at times when the dog walkers are out there. That may be it. So that's all I wanted to say is I think it's a great resolution. And as a dog advocate and rescuer, I totally support your resolution.
Thanks, Linda. Now that I've turned off the chat and I see more on my screen, I see Ken, Melissa, Rich, Courtney, and Arena. So we'll do them in that order. Ken.
Yeah, I can't be the only one on the board who sees the irony in the board calling for what Amy Cooper was calling for, which is calling the cops into the Ramble and into other parts of the park. As it's been said, this is a PEP officer issue. The PEP officers are not armed. I think it's very likely that we're going to find out that now that the dog runs are open, that this is much less of a problem. But at the very least, I would like to propose a friendly amendment that we remove the reference to the NYPD in the resolution.
Elizabeth, I don't think that's a friendly amendment. The resolution calls for cooperation and an enforcement effort by the collective group of agencies that are involved, which is the PD, PEP, which is an agency of the Parks Department, and the Conservancy. And Elizabeth, I don't see that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, there are three agencies. It's really up to, I think, the committee chairs to, to suggest whether it's friendly or not. And I agree with you, Clary, that to me right now it would not be.
Then I propose an unfriendly amendment. And I just want to make the point that this is the kind of thing that people all over the country are talking about in terms of police enforcement. Police have been asked to enforce petty infractions, whether it's for a broken windows philosophy or things like that, and as opposed to addressing serious crime. And this is being questioned all over the nation, not just in New York City, about the role of the police. And we're on the wrong side of this, unfortunately.
I'd like to ask that we try to leave out any sort of national sort of comments tonight in this discussion, if possible. I think there were, again, people came to us presenting their ideas for a resolution. We're trying to present it in an objective manner based on what has been happening in our community for a long time.
But our community is part of a nation.
I get that.
That's that we have conversation first, not vote on the.
Mark, what we have done, I think, on these Zoom meetings is if we can do it now, is to have our whole discussion and then address whether we amend the resolution. And I think it would be most efficient and to do it that way.
So procedurally, let's make sure that there's a second to Ken's motion.
Yeah, so I seconded it, but I agree with Clary that we should wait until after the discussion, which.
I just want to make, procedurally, I want to make sure that it's seconded. It is. And then I agree that that we would continue I propose that we continue to the discussion, speaking both to so anybody who comes after speaks both to the proposed amendment and to the resolution itself. I think that'll be efficient, even if it's a little bit of a twist on Mr. Roberts. We'll call them Bob's rules instead of Mr. Roberts' rules. And we'll do it that way. My hand is up, but I'll wait to the end.
Oh, okay. And thank you, Mark. That is how we've been doing it, I think, in general.
Yeah, so let's go.
Okay, it's going to be Melissa, Rich, Courtney, Arena, and then Mark, and anybody else who may raise their hand in the meantime. Melissa Rosenberg.
Thanks. You know, I definitely see the reasoning for the resolution. And, you know, as a runner who does not own a dog, I've noticed, you know, a huge number of people with dogs in the park, but I also think it's been really in response to COVID closing the dog runs, and not just because people have decided to take over Central Park. I think perhaps people used to go to dog runs and then they switched to going to Central Park because they couldn't go to the dog runs. So I feel like this resolution is a little premature and should really like wait to see how things settle down as dog parks reopen. And then secondly, I really, really agree with Ken that like inviting more police into our parks is not something we should be doing, especially like regularly now. And it's important for us to have a, you know, larger social conscience and context as we do our work as the community board. I'll leave it there.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Rich, but Melissa, it's not more police. The Central Park precinct has its fixed staff there. The PEP officers are dedicated to Central Park, so it's the same people. It's not more. They're there already. Rich Robbins.
Yeah, I was muted, sorry. I want to start with a comment someone wrote on West Side Rag after this resolution passed committee in their article about the committee vote, which is, quote, just where the city needs to dedicate resources in the middle of a pandemic and amidst calls for historic police reforms, more leash law enforcement, exclamation point. What a bunch of pandering fools. These community boards get more useless by the minute, end quote. Of course, this is just one person. We shouldn't vote by online comment, but it is something to be aware of. When I think of the role of community boards, I think of the range of activities we deal with, from life or death issues to important issues of livelihood, such as education, economic issues for people and businesses, and the well-being of the community. Next, I would put quality of life issues, which is one of the core and working principles of CB7. Quote, safe and active, healthy living for all, end quote. Last, I would put personal pet peeves. I have my own list of pet peeves. The guy in my neighborhood who abuses his parking placard and always parks illegally. Smoking in parks, chewing gum on the sidewalk. I always check myself to think whether anything I bring to the board as a board member is a matter of life or death, or even a quality of life issue, or a personal pet peeve. And this is not a matter of, quote, asking people to follow the laws. There are hundreds or thousands of laws that we don't call out for enforcement. If we did, I would suggest that the NYPD focus on homicides, not dogs. However, I do agree that dogs off leash does rise to a quality of life issue, and I think we should address the issue. However, especially at this moment, there's no reason for us to be calling for armed NYPD officers to be enforcing dog regulations. Even from a cost perspective, I researched and found that it costs approximately $150,000 a year per NYPD officer. This money should be spent on youth programs, not having police spend even 1 minute on enforcing dogs. And the police need to be focused on the increase in violent crimes, not on dog regulations. I recently was in a small meeting with Kerry Kennedy, who's the president of the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Organization. In explaining the concept of defund the police, she gave the statistic that only 1 to 5% of police time is used to fight violent crime, and that we as a society are asking the police to do many other things other than fighting violent crime. Again, I recognize that dogs off leashes is a quality of life issue, but I question how a resolution even got out of committee that includes a call for NYPD enforcement of the pet peeve of brushed dog hair. This was even discussed in committee, but then left in the resolution. If we do pass any resolution, it should be extremely narrow in calling on parks to educate parks users, and if necessary, have PEP enforcement of dog leashes and only dog leashes. Otherwise, I agree with community members who question whether we're acting in the best interest of the community or solely addressing our own pet peeves. Our bylaws say, quote, members are expected to vote on issues in accordance with their best understanding of what is in the community's best interest, end quote. I hope we can amend this resolution to make it really narrow, only on leashes, and removing the NYPD. Otherwise, I can't see how a resolution calling for NYPD enforcement of brushed dog hair is in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Oh, it'll be Courtney, followed by Arena, followed by Mark. Courtney, you're on.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to say
two things. I obviously have some concerns about calling on NYPD to use resources for this, but I'm watching Elizabeth and I'm wondering if this is a little more nuanced than I understand coming out of that discussion. I do want to say that as a parent who has had a child chased by an unleashed dog well after 9 a.m., it's scary. It rises beyond a quality of life and it is a safety issue. And also as a frequent user of the park, it was definitely happening before COVID. So anything that suggests that this wasn't already a problem and isn't a safety issue is just not realistic for those of us with small children in the parks. So that's it. I defer to the others on the discussion about the NYPD versus PEP, since I suspect others know more than I do on that topic.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Arena?
Courtney, thank you. And I would add older people, senior citizens who are also vulnerable. I understand and I appreciate Julian's comments about the use of police to enforce park rules and regulations. And I don't, having worked in Central Park for 12 years, I can't right now recall why we have a police precinct in Central Park. We're probably the only park in New York that has its own dedicated police precinct. And they are supposed to enforce park rules and regulations. Based on last month's Parks Committee meeting, we learned that there are only 4 PEP officers for the entire park. And so I guess the question is, if we only have 4 PEP officers and we have a dedicated police force in the park to enforce park rules and regulations as well as other laws, if we feel that we no longer want them to do that, then maybe what the community board should be considering is disbanding the Central Park Police, because no one feels that the police should be enforcing park rules and regulations or should be in the park for the various reasons that many of the speakers articulated. So maybe it's time to take them out of Central Park, reallocate that money to PEP so we can increase the number of park enforcement patrol and rangers in Central Park, given its size and the millions of people that use it, and then have the 23rd and 24th precinct enforce laws in Central Park when they're needed. If you're going to have a dedicated precinct in the park, they should be available to enforce all rules and regulations and laws in the park. But if you've decided as a board that that is no longer necessary, then let's rethink the Central Park precinct, because I don't understand how you could have a dedicated police precinct in the park and not use them for these very issues. Some people think it's trivial. It's not trivial if you have a toddler and your toddler is trying to learn how to walk, and all of a sudden a dog shoots out of somewhere and knocks the child down or tries to bite the child, or you're a senior citizen walking slowly and all of a sudden it's not trivial. So if we've now decided as a board or as a community that you don't want the police in Central Park, then let's have that conversation. But if they're there and they're dedicated to the park, let them do their job.
Thanks, Serena. And a procedural thing and a factual one, and then which went to Mark, and I think Louisa has her hand up, and then the public. Any question or proposal to eliminate the Central Park precinct is beyond the scope of tonight's. I
recognize that, Clary, but it could be a conversation for
a different conversation for a different time. The other thing is, I think we were told that in terms of PEP, there are 2 pairs, a pair in the north of the park, a pair in the south of the park for each of 2 shifts. So I think it's 2 + 2 and then 2 + 2 in the evening, day and then evening shift, I think is how it works. I think it was 8.
That wasn't my understanding. I thought the gentleman said 4, and we should clarify that. But even if there's 12 or 8,
yeah,
843 acres.
It's a lot
25
of,
million people.
it's a lot of space. Mark, and then, oh, I see Natasha, and oh, but we're getting more hands, but it was Mark. I had then seen Louisa, I think, had her hand up, and then we'll go to Natasha and Doug, and then the public. Mark?
Thank you. Thank you. Let me make a couple of quick points if I can, and focus right in on the issues that I think we're being asked to decide. The first is that I do not view this as a pet peeve. This is a legitimate concern, and those who are concerned about dogs off leash have every reason to be. My question is to focus on what should our response to that problem be, not to question whether it's a problem. So I agree with the premise that this is a problem to be that worthy of our consideration. That said, I agree with Julian that armed police officers should have no part in enforcing this regulation. And I want to emphasize a point that I made badly last month, and we'll try again. During last month's full board meeting, while we were online, I heard protesters walk by my window after curfew. It was against the law. So theoretically, every single one of them could have been issued a summons and had to pay a fine and so forth. My view is that every enforcement action is a discretionary decision. It has to be. And I don't know all the ins and outs that go into a police officer's or a PEP officer's calculation of how they decide when and when not to enforce the law. But I don't think I should be telling them, or our community board should be telling them, how to make that decision at this time. And the other point that I will add that I think is a new point, although it may have been touched on, is that we've just asked the police department to do more with less. We're asking them to reduce their staff and to direct certain of their funding to other programs, some of which I very much agree with, because I think it'll provide funding for some of the things that we're going to hear about next. But that said, I don't want to add to their burdens while taking away their funding. For those reasons, I would endorse Ken's amendment and otherwise disapprove the resolution.
Louisa.
Okay. I agree very much with what Anna said. However, we can't pick a fight with the police. What we want to do is do something now, because this is a problem for many different classes of people. What about a friendly amendment if we just ask to have the PEP force beefed up, that we ask for more PEP officers who could patrol and who could give out citations for this, and we don't have police walking around with guns giving citations to dog owners, which is something that on many different levels is very, very wrong. And it takes them away from whatever they could do that would be much more important in terms of dealing with violence, and also could possibly lead to altercations that could blow up and be very dangerous. So what about if we just ask for more PEP officers?
Elizabeth, what do you think? My instinct is that to ask for additional staff, PEP officers or anybody else, is not a friendly amendment to this resolution. What do you think, Elizabeth?
I mean, I guess based on what we heard at the committee meeting, I would agree with you on that. I also just want to tell people that any of my facial expressions, I literally have a dog right in front of me right now. So part of the reason, Courtney, that my expressions are the way they are is because he's hearing some of this and weighing in himself. So, but in any event, I don't think this may be seen as friendly. And I think if we need to move on from that, we can, or we can talk about Ken's proposal.
Well, let's hold Louisa's thought as well till the end of the discussion and turn to Natasha, Robert Esper, and Doug Kleiman. Natasha?
Hi. I just want to say that I didn't realize that it was up to us as members of the public to decide which laws are worthy of being upheld. It's not up to me to decide that something is a pet peeve, so it's not worthy of the police's time or a PEP officer's time. You know, if something is the law, it is the law. You know, maybe it's not, of course, a dog leash issue is not as important as or as pressing as a homicide, but I don't think it's up to us to say that as a community board, this is a pet peeve or this is a quality of life issue, so it's not as important as something else. I think also from what I remember from our committee meeting, we were asking for only the existing number of NYPD and PEP officers to be more vigilant in enforcement. We were not asking for new numbers. I think Louisa's idea is good that we can ask for more PEP officers, but I would just make that an addition to the resolution. I would not add it to the resolution at the expense of anything else if somebody's considering that. And I also wanted to remind people that at our last committee meeting, representatives from the parks, especially from Riverside Park, were actually there. There were two separate representatives there who said that this problem is actually rampant, even in Riverside Park. And these were representatives who are there every single day and who intervened themselves to try to actually resolve these kinds of conflicts. And they were complaining about it as well. And also, I don't agree with people who've said that this is a premature resolution and everything will be fine after, now that the dog runs are open. Other people have said that this has been happening for a while, and it remains to be seen whether this problem goes away now that the dog runs are open or not. But I think, you know, unless people are back to work full time, as long as people are home and they need to take their dogs out for walks during the day, a lot of them may, you know, have liked the experience of being in the park. So, you know, I would be in support of the resolution as presented here right now.
Thank you, Natasha. Doug, I saw Doug Kleiman's hand before Robert Espier's. Doug Kleiman?
Yeah.
And looks like Kristen wants to add, we won't lose you, Kristen.
So I agree with what Natasha just said, that this is a quality of life issue. I've been hearing about it and seeing it for years. I'm a dog lover. I am very sensitive to what's going on, and I will say nationwide, locally, about the NYPD. Those are issues. I think this is being conflated. And the fact is that when we keep saying armed police officers, it's a redundancy because police officers are armed. And hearing the idea of removing all police from Central Park, in my opinion, is insanity. I grew up in Manhattan in the 1970s. Do you remember? I was mugged. Are you kidding me? You don't want NYPD here? Listen, I know there's some bad apples, really bad. We have major problems, and we're going to work on that in this community. But get rid of the police in Central Park. It's one of the treasures in our city. Without Central Park, this borough, this city would not be the same. So I understand abusive police officers, biased police officers, racism, police brutality, those are our enemies. But to get rid of them entirely, no. So the way the resolution is written, I believe, is quite eloquent and fair. We lead with the word education. If we wanted to swap out and put the NYPD toward the back of the paragraph, I would have no problem with that. If we wanted to have a word where we said that the emphasis was on PEP, I would be okay with that. If we actually want to, words are important. If we want to actually communicate that in the resolution, I'd be cool with that. But otherwise, I'd be supporting this resolution as is, but I would be okay with those kinds of friendly amendments. Thank you.
Robert Espier and then Kristen Cordova, I think, and then we must turn to the public as well. Robert.
Yeah, I just want to opine that I think it's an obscenity to contemplate expansion of any NYPD services when we're actually, on a more serious note, proposing to cut funds back for perfectly good reasons, sound reasons. But I think that this is not a police matter. This is an educational matter. These are our neighbors. And I think that the community board has the capacity to wage intensive educational campaigns and fold in the veterinarians. We have 1 million veterinarians in the Upper West Side. We have pet organizations there on the 80s in Columbus Avenue. We have different cats, dogs, birds, everything. And so we have an engaged citizenry in favor of pets, and we can incorporate them into a massive educational campaign, leaving the police out of it. There's enough work to do. And even if the NYPD has a dedicated Central Park unit, in these difficult times, that unit is going to be deployed for other purposes, life safety issues. Okay, so that we're proposing to cut their budget, and then at the same time we're going to, restrain their flexibility. I think that this thinking is completely off base. We should be looking at educational designs. We have a very bright board. We're laden with educators, and we have service providers, veterinarians, and so on that are very dedicated people. And all of the pet owners go there. You got to go there. You got to get your shots. You got to do this. You got to do that. The dog has a sneeze, what have you. And let's work let's incorporate the service community in changing behavior. So this is a behavioral change thing. And I don't know what it is about. I love dogs, but I cannot own a dog because I'm asthmatic. But I love dogs. And I've had wonderful relationships with some dogs. My dog are the Rottweilers. I mean, I think they're the most gentle, beautiful beasts. And they love children and all of that kind of stuff. So I know dogs. And you can talk to a dog owner. I'm not for giving fines. They get restless. You say, well, my dog has been cooped up the way I've been, so give him a run. Well, it's not quite that easy. These are times you have to adjust. You have to be flexible. You have to be resilient, which is the currency now, resiliency. So let's get away from the NYPD. Okay? We're getting them on other things. They get too much money. We got to demilitarize all of that. We got to take that money and put it for teenagers or put it for whatever youth program, but not the quality of life issue with pets and dogs. So what are they going to do? They're going to come after. They're going to go into the rambles with the canine unit to rein in some stray dog. It's the imagination can really run off. So let's do what we do best, and let's educate the dog owner.
Let's go to Jerry Cordova, and I see Howard's hand, and then I know we've got attendees who want to speak. They're just not on my screen now. Jerry, then Howard, and I hope we'll turn to the attendees. Jerry.
Okay, I'm going to echo what Natasha and Doc said. Nobody's advocating for the police to do more than they're supposed to here. And the police will always decide what they need to do best. Nobody's going to change their minds from that. This is something that the police in Central Park do as a routine part of their work, and if we have seen an increase on the problem of the dogs being off leash, and it is a danger. And this is from somebody that was given a ticket by a police officer who told me that it was a danger to have a dog off the leash in the park. So, I do support the resolution. I think it should stay the way it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Howard?
Oh, I agree. This is a massive problem, and I would love to vote for it. It's similar to it's actually very similar to the resolution regarding the cyclists and other vehicles on the Park Drive. We've identified a major problem, but I can't vote for it because the solution is not to have armed officers enforcing this. It escalates the situation. I think there has to be a better way, just like I thought there had to be a better way to keep pedestrians and cyclists safe. We've identified a problem. I just wish we had a better solution. And I appeal to Clary and Elizabeth to consider Ken's amendment to have this enforced by non-armed officers. And then I definitely enthusiastically vote for it. But short of that, I can't vote. Again, there's a problem. I'd love to see it addressed. And it saddens me that I can't vote for it in the form it's in.
Thanks, Howard. I see no more CB members, so I'm going to press my, oh, whoops, wait a minute. I lost one. Barbara Adler, and then let's turn to the community. Barbara?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Howard said. Look, the Central Park precinct is there. I think all the points have already been made, and I support this resolution very, very strongly. I'm also out in the park. I have been, you know, almost pushed over by large dogs. There are lots of large dogs that go into areas where they are not supposed to be. They are off leash. I love dogs too. I love dogs as much as anybody does, but this is an important enforcement issue, and I don't think it should be belittled. I think that we need. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to say was that I believe there's 2 PEP officers in Riverside Park, and there's 4 in Central Park. Is that still correct? If that's the case, how do you possibly expect 4 officers to be enforcing this situation in a park as large as Central Park? It just doesn't work. If we had more, then we could certainly think about it. I think Irina's idea was extremely interesting, but until somebody's willing to give us those PEP officers, we have nothing.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm going to press the attendees list here, but ooh, my screen, and I don't think, I can't fix this. My screen is not showing me who has their hands up. What am I missing here, Mark?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that Susan had indicated 2 people that she believed would want to be commenting. One is Chris Cooper, from whom we heard last month, and the other was Molly. I'm sorry, I don't have the last name.
Adams.
And I think I've unmuted both of them. So whenever you're ready, Clary, why don't you call on one or the other?
Let's take Chris, followed by Molly, and then we'll see. Somebody who's better able to see the hands will then tell me if there's anybody else.
If I may, before Molly speaks, if I may, if you're an attendee and you want to speak, please, first of all, activate your participants panel on the bottom part of your screen, and then there should be a raise hand function. Please raise that hand to let us know you want to talk. Thanks.
So Chris, followed by Molly.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks everybody for letting me speak, and I want to thank you all for your hard work, because you guys work hard. You work well into the night on these things. I'm amazed. I came to you guys before the incident that got so much attention in Central Park, and I've come to you afterwards, and in all that time, my position has not changed because the facts haven't changed. The situation with dogs off the leash in protected areas of Central Park is out of control. And it has been for over 30 years. I've been birding the Ramble, which is a protected area, for over 30 years. It is not something new that has happened because of COVID. COVID has made it maybe somewhat slightly worse, but it is a situation that has been going on for over 30 years. I want to address the idea that we should eliminate the police from the equation. And first, I want to say, we're not talking about adding more cops. So that's not an issue. Put that aside. We're not talking about keeping cops from addressing actual crimes. No one's talking about tying their hands on actual crimes. So that's not an issue. As far as the irony of Amy Cooper, I think I can speak a little bit about that issue, being the other Cooper in the equation. The problem with Amy Cooper is not that she called the police, it's that she called the police and made a false accusation. So let's be clear about what our situation is. And I will speak now as someone who has been a member of the Black Lives Matter movement before it was fashionable, who got arrested twice at Amadou Diallo protests before there even was a Black Lives Matter movement, and who marched in support of Eric Garner. The point of Black Lives Matter is not that we should stop enforcing the law. It's that the law should be enforced equally, and that police officers should treat everyone with respect. It's not that we tie police officers' hands. And if we have laws in Central Park about the leashes, and if we have the cops who are there anyway, we're not talking about adding more cops, and we are not talking about diverting them from solving real crimes, then they can enforce the law by ticketing. And if you don't think that ticketing will have a marked effect, I can tell you you're wrong, because on the very rare occasion that ticketing has occurred in the Ramble, suddenly all the dogs are on the leash. So if you can get a little bit of ticketing going on, suddenly the word gets out amongst the dog walkers that, oh yeah, when we're in here, we got to keep it on the leash, and you get a little enforcement. If you're talking about just using 4 PEP officers at a time for all of Central Park, and that you're going to remove the police from the equation, and what you're saying is we will do nothing. Because 4 PEP officers cannot enforce or ticket in the Ramble or in the North Woods effectively. So you've got to use the police you have there already to do that. We're not talking about getting people shot. You know, and the irony of all of this is I keep hearing about, oh, the national environment, we shouldn't be calling on the police to do more, but because the vast majority of the off-leash dog walkers in Central Park are white people. So basically what you're telling me is that the point of the Black Lives Matter movement is that we should enforce laws on white people less. And it just makes my brain bust. So as the person who was involved in this incident, I will say, yes, please do have the police enforce the leash laws. It's important. It protects our park for everyone. It will reduce conflicts like the one I had with Amy Cooper, which people keep saying could have gotten me killed. Well, if we had had some enforcement of the leash laws, that conflict would never have happened in the first place. And it'll make the park a better place for everyone. So I'm strongly in favor of this a resolution unamended as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Again, I'm having problems with this list, but Molly, it must be somewhere on the list. Does Molly still want to speak?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly Adams, and I'm speaking on behalf of New York City Audubon as the Advocacy and Outreach Manager. We are a science-based conservation organization representing 10,000 Audubon members across New York City and thousands more who support our mission to protect 350 plus bird species that live in and or pass through New York City each year. So New York City Audubon is still deeply outraged by the racist encounter that Chris, one of our dedicated board members you just heard from, had in Central Park, partly as a result of a leash law or of leash laws not being followed. This incident exposed one of the many forms of racism that Black people face while engaging in typical everyday activities, and in this case, also for participating in conservation advocacy that simply calls for the enforcement of rules that already exist. We are dedicated to preventing any future incidents like this from occurring in our city's parks. This means that our communities need to respect the leash laws, rules that exist to make parks a safer place for both people and birds. Why must our members and other birders in the community endure attacks and threats, both verbally and physically, simply asking for people to follow the rules? Park visitors are putting themselves at unnecessary risk because of a lack of respect for the rules by some. The Parks Department needs to do a better job of getting to compliance through a combination of signage, education, outreach, and if necessary, ticketing. Ultimately, this is a safety issue. It is necessary that community members understand the importance of keeping their dogs on leashes to protect people, other dogs, birds, and other wildlife, and local habitat. We are of the opinion that Parks does not want to enforce this rule, and the opinion is based on many observations of the rule not being enforced. Leash laws do not exist as a way to restrict dogs and their owners, but rather to ensure the safety of people and other animals. Upholding this rule should not be an issue. We support the proposed resolution and ask that the Parks Department apply resources and assign urban park rangers and parks enforcement patrol officers strategically as stewards to remind park goers with pets of the rules regarding off-leash dogs and to issue citations and fines when appropriate. Thank you all for letting me share our thoughts on this.
Thank you, Molly. Are there others from the community? Again, I can't see on my screen for reasons.
Clary, there's in the chat a person named Ken Chaya.
Oh,
yeah, Ken.
And also Lisa Orman's daughter, child, I think, wanted to speak. I don't know if that was
okay.
Still...
Well, let's take Ken Chaya first. Yeah. We know him well. He's come to our committee many times. Ken, is he unmuted?
I'm trying to find him so I can unmute him. I'm not sure I got him. Up, here he is. I'm pressing allow to talk. Ken, can you join us?
I think I'm here.
There you go.
We got you, Ken.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all board members for this opportunity to speak, as well as for the service you do for our community. My name is Ken Chaya. I'm the president of the Linnaean Society of New York, a member of the Upper West Side Neighborhood Naturalist Group. I've been birding in Central Park for over 3 decades. And until 2018, I had a dog that I walked in both Central Park and Riverside Park for 19 years. So I think it would be fair to say I have a sense of both sides of this issue. And what we have is a very serious problem that is growing. On the topic of leash law enforcement in Central Park, it was never really clear to me who was actually responsible for that enforcement, mainly because I never saw any of it. Was it the Central Park Police Precinct, the Department of Parks and Rec, the Urban Park Rangers, or members of the Central Park Conservancy, which it really should not be, since they have plenty of work to keep the park clean. But at the last CB7 Parks and Environment Committee meeting on June 15th, I've learned that it is PEP, Park Enforcement Patrol, who is responsible for the enforcement of the law. So my question is, why are they failing so badly to protect nature and the natural habitat, as well as the safety of our citizens from off-leash dogs and many of their aggressive owners? Is it because they lack funding or training or proper leadership, or that the number of officers, 4, is probably too low? I think that at the last meeting, the PEP representative that attended was asked about data that exists for summonses given to dog walkers in violation of the law. He said that that data does exist. I don't know if it's been forwarded to the committee, but I wonder.
Okay, we did not receive anything.
That's what I sort of figured. And that data should be available to the public. Without data, we can't have measurable goals. And my impression was that, well, I'll just say it, that this rep was not clearly engaged in that meeting. I often wonder why all the agencies that I've mentioned, Central Park Police, Department of Parks and Rec, PEP, Central Park Conservancy, are not meeting together to discuss this problem and devise a clear solution. I don't know if a meeting ever such as this has such occurred, and it should. After the Chris Cooper incident, even after a citizen, a member of CB7, was recently assaulted in the lock by a dog walker who had dogs in the water, what is it going to take? You must understand this. The leash law is ignored and broken every day in Central Park by multiple dog owners. And the birders, we're not saying you can't bring your dog to Central Park. We're simply saying, please obey the laws. And this is not like trying to reprogram all the traffic lights in Central Park to work effectively with runners and bikers and scooters and skateboards and pedestrians. This is not like building a $180 million skating rink. The solution should be simple, and it is. Beef up PEP patrols and issue a summons to everyone who is in violation of the law. Do this every day throughout the park for a period of 2 to 3 weeks, especially in all of the woodland areas, since they serve as fragile space for nature, and you will have sent a clear message that Central Park is not anyone's private dog run. Dogs are welcome in the park, provided that the owners obey the laws. And if PEP can't handle this task, we need to find an agency who can.
Thank you, Ken. Mark, you had there was one other public speaker, you said?
I think Susan knows who it is.
If I could say one quick thing. Ken was very sweet in not outing me and saying that I was the board member that was assaulted by somebody. I was assaulted by a dog walker in the ramble because I said to her, you know, your dogs need to be on a leash and they're in the water and whatever. And so she came at me and she's attacked me, and then she threw my phone up in the air. And frankly, I mean, this is so typical. All I said was, your dogs need to be on the leash. They shouldn't be in the water. And she assaulted me. I mean, there's a lot more important stuff going on. I wasn't hurt, so I didn't do anything about it, but I've got it on film and I could press charges. It shouldn't be happening. Anyway, it was Molly Adams, Ken Chea, and Chris Cooper. I'm not sure who else wanted to speak.
Mark, you had identified somebody else. I think.
No, those are the ones I had. So let's move on.
Okay, so if that's it from the public, I wanted myself to just briefly participate in the debate. Elizabeth may want to as well, and then we'll figure out how we're going to handle voting. I urge people to vote for the resolution as written. First, I want to say
there's another public speaker.
Oh, is there? I thought we had.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to everyone that we had Lisa Orman's daughter.
Oh, okay. What's her name, and we'll call on her.
It's Lisa Orman's daughter. I don't think she disclosed her name. I don't know if she wants to.
Is she under Lisa or is she?
She's under Lisa.
Okay.
Tessa Sladkis.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tessa.
Right. You can hear us.
Great.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tessa. I am 12 and I have a dog named Raina.
When Amy Cooper called the police, people were worried that the police might not treat Chris Cooper well because of his skin color. So I'm confused why adding more police is a good idea. The whole point of that story being scary is because she called the police. Now that dog runs are open again, hopefully this won't be a problem. But with my experience with dog runs is that my dog gets really sick when she goes to them, and I know other people's dogs also get really sick. And the off-leash hours are really inconvenient for many families. And so maybe Central Park and you can be more understanding and work with dogs and their families. Thank you.
We can't. Shut up, kid.
Thank you, Tessa. So what I wanted to say just quickly is we've got two kinds of leash problems in Central Park, and this resolution is addressed just to Central Park, which has no dog runs. It hasn't had, and it's not about to. As the resolution lists areas, there are most parts of the park, a vast majority of the park has a leash law between 9 and 9. You have to be on the leash. And this is about people who ignore the 9 to 9 and have their dogs off leash all over the park all the time. The other thing is the list of areas in the resolution.
Specifically in the areas that are not allowed for any dogs, which is stated very clearly in our resolution.
There's a group where no dogs are allowed. Yes. In most of the park, dogs are allowed all the time, but off leash only between 9 at night and 9 in the morning. And then there's an area where dogs, at many areas that are also very much part of this issue, where dogs are allowed, but always on leash. And that's the Ramble, it's Strawberry Fields, it's some other areas. I think where we have gotten the testimony about the real issues is those areas where people have their dogs off leash when they can be there, but are supposed to be on leash all the time, and the 24-hour off leash all over the place, violating those rules. So the reason that I have personally decided to support this resolution is that it's been my observation, sort of talking and dealing with parks for many years for our board, our community, and other issues as well, is that there are a number of issues, and this is an example, where the police simply are not going to do enforcement. And I don't think we should fool ourselves by thinking that if we pass this resolution, suddenly the behavior of the NYPD is going to change and they're going to run around issuing summonses. We really are talking primarily about relying on PEP. But for instance, no smoking in parks. There is no enforcement whatsoever. Citizens are supposed to enforce it. No, on the streets, the anti-idling law, there is no enforcement whatsoever. It's made clear. Citizens are supposed to enforce it. Well, you can only do so much as a citizen to remind somebody, but there's a certain, perhaps it's a minority, although it's a large number in Central Park, where reminders and education isn't going to do the trick. You can remind them on day 1 and day 2, they're going to be doing the same thing. So where I'm coming from and why I urge you to support this is that absent at least some understanding on the part of violators that they are at least at some risk once in a while of some kind of a penalty. They go on and do the same thing, knowing that it's a violation, and they do it day after day after day. So we're, the best we're going to get is a few sweeps, educational, and some summonses, largely by PEP, from time to time. And it's not going to change the behavior of PEP. It's certainly not going to change the behavior of the NYPD, but it may have some impact on getting violators to understand that they have some risk if they continue to do it. Elizabeth, did you want to add to the debate before we figure out?
It's not really a debate, just a closing statement, and I'll start where I began, which is really just that, the board and our committee has been focused on the COVID crisis over the last 4 months. We are doing everything we can to protect public health. So we utilize that we use the police force for things. We focus on the things like, our top priority are things that deal with public health, social distancing, making sure that people in the park are not infecting other people. We also, though, have an obligation as a board to respond when people from constituents and people from the board have legitimate issues about enforcement. And that's, again, the spirit with which I believe this resolution was intended as it was last month, and I will be supporting the resolution tonight.
All right. If that's it for discussion, Mark, how do
So
we?
here's what we do. We vote on Ken's amendment first, and then if that approves, I'm looking at Shelley. If Ken's amendment approves, then we're done voting. If that Ken's amendment does not get approved, then we take a vote on the original resolution.
Okay. So what
I'm going to do this by roll call vote.
But hold on a second, Mark.
Okay.
Let's be clear on what this is. My understanding is Ken's, when we have the paragraph at the end that calls upon the police, DPR through PEP, and also through, I think we have the Urban Park Rangers in there, but I don't have the language in front of me, and the Conservancy to sort of get together and do some reasonable allocation of their resources. It would take out the reference to the police. That's the amendment, right? Is that right, Ken? Ken? Lost him.
Yes.
Okay. So, oh, something weird just came on my screen here.
I was trying to find your resolution. Go ahead. You don't need me. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Mark, if Ken's amendment passes, that means the amendment passes, but the resolution as amended by Ken passes. Is that it? That's what you said.
I'm sorry. If Ken's amendment passes, we don't take another vote, and that becomes the resolution of CB7. Am I right, Shelley? Sort of.
Sort of.
Unmute yourself.
Yes. I don't believe that's correct, Mark.
I think you have to pass the resolution as amended.
As amended.
Yeah.
I thought so too, but I'm looking at my parliamentarian, so give me a moment.
The fact is that the amendment is supposed to be voted on, and then
yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay, that's what I thought too. Okay.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Either way, the first vote is whether or not to accept Ken's amendment.
Okay, so the vote is just to take out in the last paragraph the reference to the NYPD.
Okay. So please be ready to vote. Unmute yourselves and be ready to go.
Point of fact or
point of order. Go ahead.
Order. Sorry, isn't the I don't see the text in front of me right now, but is the NYPD mentioned in the beginning and the end?
The therefore clause is the one that we're taking the NYPD out of.
That is the amendment.
That's the amendment. Is it Julian? Yeah, the amendment is to take it out of the wherefore clause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the recitation, I'm not sure about the recitations, but it really doesn't matter.
That's the action. That's the action.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. So with that in mind, please unmute yourselves to be ready to be called on. And then as soon as you're voted.
This is not a vote on the original resolution to anyone who just tuned in. This is a vote on the amendment.
This is on the amendment. All right. So ready to go? Barbara Adler, how do you vote on the amendment?
No.
Thank you. Jay?
No.
Thanks. Andrew, Albert?
No.
Thank you. Linda Alexander?
Nope.
Rosa Arenas?
No.
Thank you. Richard Ash?
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Brown, I think, has left us. Stephen?
On.
Thank you. Elizabeth Caputo?
No.
Thank you. Cindy Cardinal?
No.
Josh Cohen?
No.
Let's see. Christian Cordova?
No.
Ken Coughlin?
Yes.
Thank you. Paige Cowley? Paige, are you with us?
She's gone.
Thank you. Let's see. Louisa Craddock?
Yes.
Thank you. Catherine DeLazaro, I don't think is with us.
No.
Mark Diller votes yes on the amendment. Bev Donahue?
Yes.
Robert Espier?
Yes on the amendment.
Thank you. Lolita Farron?
Yes.
Thank you. Shelley Fine?
No.
Thanks. Let's see. Paul Fisher?
He said no in the chat.
He says no in chat. Thank you. And I will accept that vote with your permission. Julian Giordano?
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. Amy Hyman, are you with us?
She's gone.
Yeah, I thought that might be. Let's see. Innocent, Madeline Innocent?
No.
No. Audrey Isaacs? I don't see Audrey. Kay Carbon, are you still with us?
Yes, and yes.
Voting yes on the amendment. Thank you. Natasha Cosme.
No.
Thank you. Doug Kleiman.
No.
Got it. Let's see. Blanche Lawton.
Yes.
Thanks. Sarah Lind.
Yes.
Thanks. Doug McGowan, are you with us?
Yes, but my vote is no.
Vote is no. Thank you. Let's see. Courtney Clark Bertakis.
No.
Got it. Thank you. Ira.
Yes.
Yes. Clary.
No.
No. Right. Let's see. William Ortiz on the amendment.
Yes.
Thanks. Michelle Parker.
No.
Okay. Jeanette Roush.
No.
What?
I hear Jeanette no. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
It's
correct.
correct.
Okay. That's correct. Okay. Seema Reddy.
No.
Got it. Andrew Ridgie.
No.
Richard Robbins. Rich Robbins.
Yes.
Got it. Madge Rosenberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Melissa Rosenberg.
Yes.
Got it. Where am I? Peter Sampson. Going twice. Okay. Meg Schmidt is not here. Let's see. Susan Schwartz.
No.
Yeah. Thank you. Roberta Seamer.
Come on, Roberta.
Ethel Scheffer. Ethel, you with us? No. Let's see. Polly Spain.
She says no in the chat.
Thank you. I'll accept that vote with your permission. Irena Stennett.
No.
No. And Howard Yaris. Do we lose Howard?
Yeah.
He's muted. Yes. Yes.
Howard's a yes. My quick tally is that the resolution, that the amendment fails, but I'll give you the no votes. 1, 2, 3,
24.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I have 24 no and
17.
Good.
So I have a second.
Hold on.
Amendment.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Come on.
let's get the
2,
vote
3,
done.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
17, Mark.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Just want to make sure.
I got 16, but
I got 16 as well. Anyway, it obviously fails.
Okay, so that amendment fails, and interestingly, there were no abstentions. So
that is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mark, is it timely for? I'm not arguing one way or another.
Call the question. Call the question.
Call the question.
Okay.
Yeah, call it.
Okay. So
All
we're
right. So I'm
gonna
going to do
call
it
the
again.
question.
Please be ready to vote.
no,
Roll
I have
call.
a
This is
second
in
amendment I
support
want
of the
to propose.
original resolution.
You know what, Rich? No.
You
No
can't
amendment,
reject
Rich.
me. No, I have an amendment. You can't tell me no.
Oh,
The
come on.
vote's been called.
Propose it, and if it's seconded, then we vote on it.
I don't know if that's true, but I'm asking Mark whether Rich is doing another amendment is timely or not. I hope not, but I'm not ruling it out.
In a process, if there is a amendment and it's voted on and it's voted down, immediately you vote on the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because that's what was being considered.
If that's the case, I guess we'd vote on the resolution in chief, if that's what Shelley says, and that's what Mark has us do.
Call the question.
All right, so,
Hang on.
yeah,
Shelley is my parliamentarian. I'm going to defer to him on this issue. I do that reluctantly because I think we should hear all ideas, but it is.
We spent a good long time with opportunities for multiple amendments to be raised. And
I think in fairness, that has to be the right result, and I defer to my parliamentarian and his years of experience on these things. So I am going to call the question on the main resolution as originally proposed.
okay, Mark had it on the screen, but I think people pretty much know what it is.
They do. And if they don't, then abstain. Or no, that you can't do that. Never mind. That was
Just please read, make sure you know what we're voting on, folks who are, this has been a long night for people, so.
all right. Let me try to put it up, but I'm going to have to give me 1 second. I think that's it.
anyone who can read it at this point is very eyes.
Right.
That's the therefore clause, okay?
Again, this is the original resolution that was voted on and approved at our committee 6-1, 0-0, and by non-committee board members 4-1 to 1.
Yeah, and I just wasn't
Let's,
gonna say.
listen, we're calling the question, so let's call the question, okay?
No, but
Happy to do the vote
Mark
now.
Mark, you just said something I think was missing.
Part of the I call.
Iris?
I'm sorry, I'm losing track. Guys, let's stay together. The question's been called, let's go to a vote. So I'm calling the question. Barbara Adler, vote on the resolution now. Barbara Adler.
Yes.
Thank you. Jay Adolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Andrew Albert.
Yes.
Thank you. Linda Alexander.
Yes.
Thank you. Rosa Arenas. Rosa, are you with us?
Yeah, sorry, no.
You're a no on the resolution? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
So I'm calling the vote. Rosa, how do you vote?
No, sorry, I keep muting myself, no.
Well, muting yourself is a good thing in general. Thank you. Richard Ash. Richard Ash.
Woof, woof, yes.
Thank you. Stephen Brown is still not with us. Elizabeth Caputo.
Yes.
Cindy Cardinal.
Yes.
Thank you. Josh Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you. Christian Cordova.
Yes.
Thank you. Ken Coughlin.
No.
Thank you. Paige Cowley is not with us, correct? I just want to call the name. Louisa Craddock.
Yes.
Thank you. Catherine DeLazaro is not with us, correct? Just calling the name. Mark Diller votes no. Bev Donahue.
No.
Thank you. Robert SBA.
No.
Thank you. Lolita Farron.
Yes.
Thanks. Shelley Fine.
Yes.
Got it. Paul Fisher, do we have a vote? I can't see my chat, so.
He hasn't said anything in the chat. No, he says no.
Votes no. Thank you. I've got Paul Fisher voting no. I'll accept that vote. With your permission, Julian Giordano.
Elizabeth,
No.
that was the vote, that was at 9:58. That was a vote against the amendment.
Okay.
No, he sent that to the chat at 10:06. He just sent it, I believe.
And that's also a no, Julian?
Yeah, I'm also a no.
And you're a no. Thank you. And Amy Hyman, I think, is not with us, but I'm calling the name. Thank you. Madeline Innocent.
Yes.
Got it. Audrey Isaacs, I'm calling the name. I think you're not here, but good. Kay Carpin.
I'll abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Natasha Kazmi
Yes.
is a yes. Thank you. Doug Kleiman
Yes.
is a yes. Blanche Lawton.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Sarah Lind.
I'll vote no.
Thank you. Doug McGowan. Calling Doug McGowan. Can you hear me? Okay. Courtney Clark Matakis.
Wait, I think Doug's back on. He's
Doug,
on
are you
mute.
there? Doug, do we have you?
Yes. It looks like Doug is trying to be on.
Something I can do to help?
His phone is on. Doug, are you there?
Yeah, there he is.
He's on mute again.
Doug, try it again.
I'm a yes.
You're a yes. I've got the vote. Thank you. Courtney Clark Matakis
Yes.
is a yes. Ira Michnick.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Clary.
Yes.
William Ortiz
Yes.
is a yes. Thank you. Michelle Parker.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeanette Roush.
Yes.
Seema Reddy.
Yes.
Andrew Ridgie.
Yes.
Thanks. Rich Robbins.
Emphatic no.
Okay. Madge Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Thank you. And Melissa Rosenberg.
No.
No, I have. Thank you. Peter Sampson, I think, is not here, but I'm calling the name. Meg Schmidt is not here. Susan Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Seema Reddy. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's Roberta Seamer. Forgive me. I don't think she's with us. I'm calling the name. Ethel Sheffer. Don't think she's with us. I'm calling the name. Polly Spain.
She said yes in the chat.
Okay.
And then also Louisa asks if she can change her vote.
We'll come back to that. Irena Stennett
Yes.
is a yes. And Howard Yaris, are you with us?
Yes.
Howard?
I abstain.
Howard abstains. And now, I'm sorry, Louisa wants to change her vote. Louisa's original vote was,
Yes, but I wanted to abstain. I'm not comfortable with yes.
very good. So I have an abstain there. It looks like the yeses have it. Has somebody been keeping a tally?
25.
25 will do it. Resolution passes. We'll calculate the numbers, but clearly there are more yeses than nos. If everybody else.
Mark.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for Shelley. Shelley,
Yes.
I read a short time ago that abstentions under certain circumstances rack up as no's.
They do.
Okay. To explain it, if there were 19,
Shelley?
if there were 19 votes altogether, okay, and there were 8 yeses and eight no's, okay, or 9 yeses and 9 no's. No, that's it. 9
and 9
yeses and 8 no's. It would look like the yeses have it, but then there are 3 abstentions. So there needs to be a majority of yes votes in order for a resolution to pass. So yes votes are everything except no's and abstentions.
Shelley, if I can interrupt you for 1 second, I apologize. The simplest way to explain it is that for a resolution to pass, it must have a majority of those present and voting, no matter what the votes are.
True. True.
Okay,
Majority
guys.
of those present and voting. So if there are 19 people, if there are 10 yeses and 9 abstentions, it passes.
Okay.
At
All right,
any rate,
guys,
it's
we're,
relevant
guys,
here because
enough.
it's-
Stop, please. We still have 2 more resolutions to go, and this one wasn't close, so it passed. So we will save the finer points for another day, and we will turn to the Health and Human Services Committee, and Shelley and Catherine. Shelley.
Okay, so we had probably the most amazing meeting in my 32, 33 years on the board at the Health and Human Services Committee. And it was because of the amazing cast of characters we had from community agencies and a student. The student, Yassif, blew away. He's a graduate, 8th grader at West Prep Academy. Blew away everybody and put us in touch with what we really have to be concerned with. So I'm going to tell you what the important information that we found. I'm not going to mention what every agency said they're going to do, and then give you the resolution, the resolves. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been an increase in sexual assaults against children, especially teens. 70% of assaults are directed at children, yet most funding is designated for adult victims and not this vulnerable population. Trauma-informed care and forensic training for the providers is critical for providers who are often unaccustomed to identifying and working with children who are victims of sexual assault. Counseling by necessity has been largely restricted to virtual contact, which has great limitations. Youth have been, of course, prohibited from attending school and must rely on remote learning on Zoom meetings from home. In addition to related educational restrictions,
You can watch TV.
youth have also lost access to important recreational spaces.
I'll turn the sound down.
Outdoor sports facilities and other important social gathering areas. The voice of youth has rarely been a part of the conversation about youth during these challenging times. It's important to ensure discussions which impact youth and their communities, including channels which enable our young people to contribute to the decision-making processes and amplify their voices. Coordination between schools and community youth services have not been structured to serve the needs of the whole child together. Prevention services have targeted meeting the unique needs of families and keeping children safe at home during this time. Runaway and homeless youth have received services and support, including trauma therapy, with less safe space available. But the pandemic has made the challenging task of getting these young people into housing even more difficult. This vulnerable population would benefit from increased hours for drop-in sentence services. Important statement. We understand that there have been proposals made during fiscal 2021 budget negotiations to cut back many of these and other essential services, thereby placing in jeopardy numerous year-round programs serving the city's most vulnerable children and youths. The results of these cuts, particularly in this summer of the pandemic, would be cataclysmic. The long and short-term consequences of failing to provide a meaningful alternative to life on the streets are unimaginable. Surely the long-term cost would far exceed any short-term savings. Not only are these proposed cuts counterproductive, they are cruel. All children and youth are valuable members of our community who deserve to have their needs met, and to have unconditional protection and support is not contingent on changing circumstances. Therefore, be it resolved, the Community Board 7 finds the needs for services for our youth to be great and to be an essential priority for government support during this ongoing pandemic and time of social unrest. Furthermore, be it resolved that CB7 finds it deplorable that any cuts in youth programs are being considered in New York City in budget negotiations. Rather, at this time, there should be increases to support our youth, including the needs of LGBTQ youth. Furthermore, did I miss one thing? Okay. Furthermore, be it resolved that CB7 implores the mayor and city council to support and enhance funding for the crucial programs serving youth that are conducted by, and we list the agencies that were there, but it's of course all similar agencies: New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault, Safe Horizons, the Administration for Children's Services, the Children's Aid Society, the Community Service Society of New York, and numerous other not-for-profit groups that have provided similar and valuable services to the youth of CB7 community and the city through their funding processes in the executive budget and the city council budget. Furthermore, be it resolved, and this is something I think we should all think about ongoing, that CB7 will invite the voices of youth in our community to be included in our consideration of community issues, especially issues dealing with youth engagement and youth services. And finally, furthermore, be it resolved that CB7 will incorporate these needs and programs as priorities in the CB7 district needs statement. It passed 6-0 on the committee and 6-0 for non-committee board members. Are there any comments, questions, or can we vote?
All the questions.
Call the question.
Okay.
Okay, on this one, I think we're going to do a show of hands, please.
And we thank Mark because Mark included the essence of this and the agencies in the letter to the mayor and city council.
So they were aware of it. So if you use your virtual hand where possible, please raise your hands now. Meanwhile, those have to raise their hand physically, please do so, and I will call your name as I see you. All right, please. So those in favor, I see Louisa. I see Shelley, of course. Thank you. Mark Dillard votes yes. Let me see. I see Richard Ash voting yes. Who else do I have? Christian Cordova I have as a yes. Let's see. Going to the next page. Raised hands, physical raised hands. I've got Doug Kleiman. And the rest are all. Paul Fisher, are you in the chat for the for a vote on this?
Not yet.
Okay.
Doug
So I
McGowan's
have,
yes.
Robert Espia, you have?
Did I miss Robert? Robert, no, Robert has his virtual hand up, so he's part of the count.
Okay. Yes, two.
And Louisa, did I call on you? I did, right? Okay. So I have 27 plus 6 is 33 in favor. So let's lower those hands. Anybody voting no, please raise your hand now. Jay, are you voting no? No, okay.
No, I'm trying to.
Very good. Thank you. So anybody voting no? I don't see anybody either virtual or physical. And anybody abstaining, same thing? Neither, nope. I've got 33 to 0 to 0 to 0. Resolution passes. Thank you.
The committee thanks you. Special thanks to Richard Ash, who's not a member of the committee, who added strongly to our resolution.
Well done. And please congratulate Catherine as well. It's a great job by both committee chairs on that very interesting and well-presented panel. I have one resolution that came out of steering. It is to support the adoption and enactment into law of Assembly Bill 7635 and Senate Bill 5615, which are exactly the same. The text of them, as well as some commentary, was emailed to you over the weekend. The bill essentially, and the resolution supports the bill, which calls for a reevaluation of lead, of what it is to have an acceptable level of lead exposure. Without going into all the gory details, the Centers for Disease Control many years ago called for new standards, and for an awfully long time, the government did not adopt them. And then eventually the EPA adopted a half a loaf version of them. And so this bill would essentially adopt the stand with respect to dust and lead in exposed, like on your windowsill and so forth. It would adopt the recommendations of the CDC, and then with respect to airborne lead, it would follow the recommendations both of scientists and the scientific community, as well as advocates who have been working on this. This issue came to light here in Community Board 7 when there was an environmental impact statement having to do with a proposed proposed building on West 97th Street. And even though that building is no longer under contemplation, the concerns that relate to the site that it was on and other sites that were tested at the same time put our residents at risk, especially the most young and the most old, who are the most vulnerable to lead exposure. Is there anybody who has a question on this? I can talk about this forever, but I'm cognizant of the hour. I don't see any hands raised. I'm
Call the question.
I just want to make sure that Wynn Armstrong may have left us, but she had indicated an interest in speaking on this, but perhaps, Wynn, are you with us? I see one hand raised and I can't see where it's coming from. Shelley Fine, do you have your hand raised?
No, I don't.
Then I'm lowering it. Okay, if there are no further comments, then I will call the question, and let's do this one by a raise of hands vote. So all those in favor, please vote with your virtual hand if you can, and if not, I'm going to record your physical hand. So Robert Esteby, I saw. Obviously, I'm voting yes. Thank you, Robert. Louisa Craddock, I see. Thank you. Richard Christian, I see you. Thank you. Andrew Ridgie, I see, is 5. And let me see on page 2. Anybody else? Shelley is a yes. Thank you. And Doug Kleiman is a yes. So I have 7 virtual hands, and 27 equals 34. So let's put hands down. Lower all hands. Anybody voting no? Ira, you voting no? Nope. Okay. No votes. No. Anybody abstaining? I don't see any. And I don't think anybody's ineligible on this. So the resolution carries 34 to 0 to 0 to 0. I also have an item of new business for you. The item of new business was included in my memo to you this afternoon. We are required to take a vote on leaves of absence. The the chair is not empowered to grant a leave of absence without a vote of the board. The leave of absence I'm asking you to adopt is for our colleague Meg Schmidt. It is, I generally try to respect the privacy of the person who's requesting the leave. And so I distinguish between those things that are sought for, let's say, work convenience versus those things that are medical or personal in nature. This is a medical and personal nature leave. The request is through September. And I hope that we can vote to approve that. Is there anyone with a question?
So moved.
Thank you.
Mark, I have a very quick comment.
Go right ahead.
Obviously I support that, and Meg has an absolute right to do it, and we should grant it. I'm going to abstain for the reason that I think it's ridiculous that a full board has to vote on these things, particularly because we all do respect people's privacy and we have no information upon which to base a vote. So I'm going to abstain. I would suggest that at some point we lobby for a change in the rule and let the chair or a small committee review these applications and rule on them without the full board having to vote.
I would not disagree with that approach, but I am constrained by the requirements that apply to my office. And so I want to honor that and not have any.
I know you have to. My request is that at some point, maybe we should take some action to try and change that obligation.
Very good. So
we need a second.
Second.
Thank you. Let's call the question. All those in favor of that, please raise your hands either virtually or physically. I will call out the physical ones and then count the as well. So I'm voting yes is 1. Shelley, I see, is 2. Christian is 3. Doug Kleinman is 4. Let me see. I don't see any other physical hands on this page.
Louisa.
No, I'm going to the next page. So I see Robert is 5. Louisa is 6. You don't know what page I'm on, so how would you know that? Andrew Ridgey is 7. And I think that's everybody. So I have 7 plus 24 is 31. Anybody, so hands down, anybody voting no? I don't see anybody voting no. Jay is voting abstain. Anybody else voting abstain? So I have 34 to 0 to 1 to 0. And I thank you for that. The cat was let out of the bag earlier tonight, which was that after consultation with the co-chairs and a few other folks, I am delighted to announce that Andrew Albert will be the new co-chair along with Howard Yaris of the Transportation Committee. Our conversations over the last couple of months have indicated the extreme importance of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority with respect to all aspects of reopening, of all aspects of our society. There is no one in captivity who knows what Andrew Albert knows about all of those issues, as well as his distinguished work in that capacity in previous years. I will note for those keeping score that his time away from the committee chair more than complies with the term limits provisions of our bylaws as they are currently constituted. So no waiver is required and no amendment is required to empower it. And I could not be more pleased, and I ask you to join me in congratulating Andrew and really all of us in that appointment.
Agreed.
Thank you. That concludes the business session.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, no, I think we have
second.
to make sure that there are a couple of folks who have been very patiently waiting to speak.
We need to approve the minutes.
We need to approve the minutes. Yeah.
Approve the minutes.
Say again, what?
We need to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So may I have a voice vote on that? Is there anybody who is disapproving the minutes?
Yes, there's one.
Sorry, there was a correction. There was a correction that Susan provided. It was
which was it says
graphical error that will be that should be can't. With that correction, may I have unanimous approval to approve the minutes?
Yes.
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 I'm paging through to make sure. I see all the heads nodding yes. So I'm going to count that as a voice vote yes. Thank you. The minutes will so reflect. Attendees, let me see. Let me do this. A couple of our elected officials representatives were unable to last us out. Hope K from Senator Robert Jackson's office wanted us to know that there's a virtual town hall, sort of a senator on your corner kind of thing, this Friday at which is July 10th from 4 to 6 p.m. It's on Zoom, so it's a virtual corner. In order to access it, please go to SIYC, Senator in Your Corner, .senatorjackson.com. Hannah Wienerman was here from Congressman Nadler's office. Hannah, are you still with us? I don't see her. Julian Della Porta put some things into chat having to do with a education town hall this Thursday for those of us who are not going to be at the CB7 preservation meeting, which is of course going to be a barn burner, so I wouldn't want you to miss that. Julian, is there anything else that you wanted to mention? Julian put into the chat the way to access the meeting. I'm not hearing from Julian. April Adams, God bless her, is still with us, but the borough president spoke. April, is there anything else you wanted to mention? And April, if you could, if April is still with us, if she could make a note for the transportation resolution having to go to full board having to do with the EIS for the congestion pricing. Is there anyone else among the attendees? Peter Arnson is with us. Peter put a lot of things into chat earlier. Peter, do you want to mention anything now? Okay, well, we're
quickly.
Hey, Peter, thank you.
Sorry, I'll quickly just say that we are anticipating having our annual meeting for the bid on, July 23rd, Thursday, 5 p.m. It'll be a virtual meeting, and any of you are invited if you wish. So I put everything else into the chat, and it's late. So have a good evening. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your work. Zach Campbell was with us earlier. The construction at the Museum of Natural History is back on. Zach, are you still with us with an update?
Hi, hope everyone can hear me. I hope everyone's doing well. Just very briefly, construction on the Gilder Center project resumed in June as a part of the phase 1 reopenings in accordance with the guidelines from the city and state. COVID-19 health and safety measures are in place on the site, and that includes medical screenings for all workers, additional hand sanitizing, hand washing stations, etc. The actual work activities, I won't take up any more time. It's all on our project news at amnh.org if you navigate to the Gilder Center link. One additional thing that I wanted to note to everyone, though, that while the museum continues to be temporarily closed to the public, online programming, and this is, I think, incredibly relevant, including an upcoming event that's tomorrow, July 8th at 1 p.m., will be about the COVID-19 science, and that's all available at amnh.org. That's all I've got. If you have any questions, please reach out to me, zcampbell@amnh.org.
Thank you, Zach, and thanks for hanging in with us. I had a chair's report, but I'm going to forego it except to remind everybody who's still on the call who hasn't done so already to please go to 2020census.gov and fill in the census. If there's anything we learned from the COVID pandemic, it is the importance of our fair share of allocated resources. And the BCI committee is going to have information for you, but they're working on a minority and women-owned business forum or webinar. Stay tuned for further details on that, but that sounds like yet another way in which we're continuing our work with respect to equity, budgeting issues, race and ethnicity, and all the things that we should be mindful of as we go forward. Congratulations to BCI for that idea and for carrying it out, and we'll all do our best to support. With that, unless there are any questions or comments.
Mark, can I just have 30 seconds?
Oh, hey, Mike, I didn't see you there.
Sorry, I just got back from putting Christopher to sleep. So.
Oh, so no pictures of cute babies.
Sorry
well,
if
you
I
can
missed
speak
my name.
anyway.
So Just two quick things. I'll take 30 seconds. The controller released a blueprint today on safely reopening schools in the fall. So I hope you all check that out. I put the link in the bottom there. And also quickly, last week, along with Nonprofit New York, we released a new report analyzing the impact of nonprofit sector on the local economy, creating a first of its kind New York City gross domestic product figure for the nonprofit sector. The analysis provides a comprehensive overview of the state of the vital sector and its workforce before the COVID-19 pandemic, showing that the nonprofit sector employs over 660,000 people and generates more than $77 billion for the city's economy, which is about 9.4% of the city's GDP. I'll put the link in the bottom there to take up as.
Hey, Mike, did you put the link for the school reopening report in there as well?
Yes.
That is an amazing report. It's not it's not a press release. It is an actual honest to God research report that provides very granular detail about how about one vision for how to reopen schools. So please send our thanks to whatever team it was that worked so hard on that. I'm going to take a chair's privilege to say that there are two websites that have incredible information with respect to COVID-19. One is the website from the Comptroller's Office. The other is the West 64th to 67th Street Block Association. If you have questions about virtually anything having to do with COVID, you're going to find the answers through one or both of those websites. So congratulations and thank you for that. With that, I am now going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Hold on, Mark.
Kelly gets the credit for the first shot.
Mark.
Barbara gets the second.
Mark, there was an attendee that wanted to make a statement.
I'm sorry.
There is an attendee that wants to make a statement.
There's somebody who wants to make a statement. Please go right ahead. Who is it? Where are we?
Eduardo Ceballos from 32BJ.
Sean.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, it's on the chat.
Oh, well, now's your chance, sir. Please go ahead.
Although he seems to have, although I don't see his name on the list any longer.
That's right. Yeah, I don't see it either.
On the Q&A now, but this is Sean Riley, but he's listed under Sean, but he's saying his name is Eduardo.
Okay. So we're going to assume that Sean Riley is really Eduardo Ceballos.
Well, Sean Riley is still listed.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Do you guys hear me?
Okay,
yes, we do. You're from 32BJ?
Yeah, 32BJ. This is for some reason it says that it's Sean Riley speaking, but this is Eduardo Ceballos speaking. My coworker Sean Riley is also on the call. I'll try to keep it brief. Sorry, because I know it's extremely late. So I work with 32BJ. I was initially on the call because I had a worker from Chipotle named Theodora. She was going to give a testimony to talk a little bit about her situation working at Chipotle in regards, because Chipotle comes to the community boards for liquor licenses. And, she wanted to give a sense to the board of what it's like to work at Chipotle and, why a lot of these companies shouldn't have these kind of privileges. So if you guys don't mind, I'll just read her statement very briefly. Hello, my name is Theodora. I work at Chipotle on 350 Fifth Ave in Empire State Building. I'd like to talk about the issues at my company that affect both workers and members of the public. In early May, along with coworkers from 2 other Manhattan restaurants, I filed a complaint with OSHA. As New York began shutting down in mid-March, I was previously scheduled for vacation and did not return to work until April 6th. When I did return to work, I learned that several crew members from another store, 686th Ave, which had recently closed, were picking up shifts at my store. A coworker from 686th Ave told me that one of the crew members there had been diagnosed with COVID-19 in late March, days after working a shift at the store. Chipotle never warned me or any of my coworkers at 350 Fifth Ave that the new crew members picking up shifts at the store had been exposed to COVID-19. My co-complainants reported that Chipotle managers never warned them that they had been exposed to coworkers that had been quarantined with suspected COVID-19 and didn't take legally required precautions to protect workers and customers. Managers at my store still haven't implemented basic protocols to protect against coronavirus, like face-level sneeze guards between workers on the line serving food and customers. At stores of my coworkers who filed the OSHA complaint with me, Chipotle again failed to notify workers who were exposed to confirm or suspected cases of COVID-19 or implement hand washing every half an hour. In addition, my co-complainants also reported that they were unable to socially distance at their stores. Issues of health and safety that existed before the pandemic have now taken on even greater urgency. In February, a report was released that described how Chipotle managers have pressured workers to work sick. I live with my sons. I can't imagine how horrible it would be if they got sick, if I got them sick, if we were then to spread the virus further throughout our neighborhood in Corona. Chipotle may call me and my coworkers essential, but their actions continue to treat us as expendable. And yeah, I wish Theodora was able to give the testimony. She just had to hop off, wasn't able to stay on because she has to work in the morning.
Thank you. That does strike me as more of a union grievance than it does a community board issue, but our business and consumer issues team is on the call. And so they've received the testimony and will include and we'll take that into account if Chipotle ever comes before us. I don't believe they have a liquor license in our district.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
They do actually, Mark.
They do?
Well, they have the wine and beer, and they've been applying for full liquor and others, but they do have wine and beer, which
I
would
stand-
typically come through BCI anyway.
I stand corrected, and thank you for that clarification. Is Shauna Harmongoff with us? She's from State Senator Brian Benjamin's office. Is she? I think we've missed her as well. And so with that, I'm going to renew the call for a motion for an adjournment. Shelley gets the credit, Barbara gets the second.
Second.
And all in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate the patience and the really careful attention to all these issues. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good
Good night, everybody.
night.
Night. Stay safe.
Hi, Sharon.
Oh, Shanna, you're here.
Yeah, I jumped on. I got your email.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, there's a few of us left. Please go ahead.
Okay, just really quickly, because I know the hour is late. So I don't know if Wynn is on, but in regards to the lead exposure bill, the senator is still trying to get it passed in the Senate, either this session or next year. So he's still continuing to work on that. And also just a couple of updates really quickly. Last Saturday, the local artists and community people came together to paint the Black Lives Matter mural on Friday. And tomorrow they're doing an unveiling because there was community artists that actually did a whole bunch of extra artwork to it. And so that unveiling is tomorrow at 10 a.m. So just wanted everybody to know if they wanted to come out, they can. So that's it for me. And any other bills or concerns people have, they can just reach out to me on my cell, 803-351-4613. Okay, that's it.
Shauna, thank you very much. And you can tell the senator that Community Board 7 adopted the resolution in favor of Senate 5615.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Hey, Shelley. Okay, I'm out.
Cool.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Thanks
Okay,
for joining
bye.
us.
Thanks for hanging in.
Good night.